What Tom and Sinna? He'll be coming later, I guess.
Yes, I confirmed that.
Okay, we are live, folks.
I'd like to call this regular council meeting to order. And before we begin, I want to acknowledge that the land upon which we're all gathering is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Mississaugas, and the Anishinaabe people. And the land in this area is the subject of the Mississaugas Treaty of Niagara of 1781 and the Between the Lakes Treaty Number 3 of 1792. Madam Clerk, the invocation.
We meet to serve our community and endeavor to be worthy custodians of all that has been entrusted to us. Let us be concerned only for what will promote good government. May we bring to our council chamber minds that think and hearts that feel, so that in our deliberations we may display imagination, wisdom, and courage, and the will to do our work for the good of all.
And the roll call, please.
All members of council are present, your worship, with the exception of Councillor Lubberts.
No, he's here.
He is?
I
Oh, there he
believe-
is, sorry.
I think that's the top of his head and most of his roof ceiling.
I see
Okay.
him.
Okay. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just give me a second here. I have 3 this evening. Have to declare on report PDS 17-2021. That's the Animal Welfare Protection and Control Bylaw Recommendation Report. The company I work for has performed contracted services for the SPCA, and an Animal Welfare Protection and Control Bylaw may impact their operations. And likewise, I am declaring conflicts on the 2 delegations that we have this evening, which is Delegation B, and Delegation E for the same reasons are related to PDS 17-2021 because of the company I work for. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Councillor Zanko.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a conflict with item CAO 07-2021, and that's the funding request for Dr. Kim, and he is my family doctor.
Okay. Any others? Madam Clerk, I have a pecuniary interest with respect to bylaw number 36-2021, which relates to Parazator since they are clients of my law firm. So when we get there, who is the acting mayor?
That would be Councillor Noyes.
Councillor Noyes still? Okay, Councillor Noyes, if you would take the chair, then when we'll separate that from the bylaw package when we get there. Do you happen to have any of those motions?
Actually, I do have that.
Okay,
I do have the bylaw package motion.
okay, so we would have Councillor Lubberts has one of them. You have first and second reading for the bylaw package. Councillor Lubberts has second and third. So I'll go to somebody other than you. Who do you have for a seconder for resolution number 15, Councillor Noyes?
Councillor Zanko.
And Councillor Lubberts, do you have a seconder for your resolution number 16?
He's gone again, isn't
We've lost him. Okay, so he's having technical difficulties. So
Yep.
what we'll do is we'll deal with that when we get there. So that then, if there are no other declarations of pecuniary interest, I have a motion by Councillor Butler that we move into closed session. Sorry, Madam Clerk, you want me to ask everybody if they are alone and they're not recording the meeting?
That's correct.
Okay, Councillor Dubanow?
I can confirm I am alone and not recording the meeting, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Noyes? Are you alone and not recording the meeting?
That's correct.
Councillor Zanko?
Yes, I'm alone and I'm not recording this meeting.
Councillor Butler?
Yes, I'm alone and I'm not recording this meeting.
And Councillor Lubberts? He's frozen. I'm going to go to you, Councillor McDermott.
I am alone and not recording the meeting.
And I'm also alone and not recording this meeting. I long for human company. So how do you want to handle Councillor Lubberts then, Madam Clerk?
I would suggest we move into closed session. You can ask him when he does arrive in closed session and I'll record it in the minutes.
Okay, great, thank you. So Councillor Butler, you have the resolution for us to move into closed session?
I do. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott that council does now go into closed session at 5:21 p.m. to discuss the following. A, pursuant to subsection 2392E of the Municipal Act 2001, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, regarding Shirley Road drainage.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? And Councillor Lubberts, I can see him, but I can't, he's not moving. So the motion carries in any event. So Mr. Davis, if you could move us into closed session, please.
I will. Hi, Carol. I just have to assign you as host. I can't do that in the other room. Okay. I can't hear you now. You're muted.
I'm missing the meeting.
Yeah, I'm just
I'm
gonna.
not there.
I know. I'm just going to send you back in. Can you join? Is there anything that says join on your screen there, Carol? Join breakout room.
No.
Okay, hold it.
Down the bottom of the screen, Carol?
No, I'm here. Neither one of us, John, are in the meeting.
Hold on one second. For some reason I can't move you into the meeting.
Oh, I see breakout rooms.
Can you click on that and go to room 1?
Yeah,
It's showing
can't.
room.
I'm having a problem.
Don, let me finish. It's showing room 1 and it's showing me in gray,
Okay.
not joined. I'm missing the meeting. What's this? Not good.
Carol, I think the best thing to do would be for me to bring everybody back and then send them back into the room.
Okay, can you warn them?
Yeah,
I can't even warn them.
I'm going to send
They're
them.
going to be talking, so you're going to have to warn them somehow. I don't know how you're going to do that. It looks like we lost Don again.
I just broadcast a message into that room. So I'm going to close the room, Carol, bring everybody back, and then we'll send everybody back as a clump.
Okay. But you got to assign me host, right?
I just did. Okay, they should be coming back in 5 seconds.
Oh, no.
So, Mr. Walsh, we're back in,
Yeah.
we're back
Yeah,
in
we're-
open session.
We're back. Sorry, folks. We're back in open session. We had an issue getting Carol over into the session as a co-host.
Yep.
I believe that's been resolved.
Okay, so before we go back in, I see Councillor Lubberts is here. Councillor Lubberts, can you confirm that you are alone and not recording the closed session meeting?
Yes, I'm alone and not recording, but Mayor Redekop, I'm
Yeah, you're having problems. And you're actually sounding very much like I usually hear you.
trouble staying connected to the meeting.
I'm Mayor Redekop. I can work with Councillor Lubberts, maybe on a phone in.
Okay, so maybe you could get us into closed session again. You can work with Councillor Lubberts and hopefully that will work.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to send you folks over there now.
Thank you.
Into another room.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Callie?
Yeah, but your video is frozen. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. So, Don, for some reason, your video's locking up on you.
What was that number you wanted me to call?
Yeah, I sent you an email. See if you can read that in your email. You could join by regular telephone. We won't have a video, but we'll be able to hear you.
All right.
Councillor Lubberts, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay, that sounds good. Do you want to try your video?
start video. All right,
Yeah, you're looking good here now.
all right.
Why
Let's
don't
see this.
Councillor Lubberts, why don't I send you into the closed session?
Yeah, I don't see any breakout rooms here that I can join.
No, I'll sign you to one.
Okay, all right,
Okay, I'm going to send you in there right now.
okay.
Somebody's got to work around here.
Do you want me to bring some more on?
Yeah, that'd be great. Huh? Thanks.
Want anything else?
Just want some over. Councillor Lubberts, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to send you back into the closed session.
Oh, by phone?
Yep, by phone.
Oh, all right, okay.
Standing up at your desk, Helen.
Okay. Oh, great. Really? Okay. No.
Your mom told, by the way. But not for really any reason. I took one for-
Okay. Well, this is good, eh?
There's lots more lines.
Where's it from? Oh.
So if we're back in open session now, Councillor Zanko, you have the resolution to rise and reconvene from closed session.
Yes, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott, that council now rise and reconvene from closed session at 6:09 PM with report that staff proceed as directed.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
None opposed, that is carried. That then takes us to announcements and an addendum. We have one addendum. There are two additional delegations this evening. One, Phil Smith, with respect to sale of municipal land. One, Robert Laidlaw, with respect to the proposed bylaw, animal control, welfare, et cetera, bylaw. And also an additional piece of correspondence from the town of Lincoln, which will be dealt with on the consent agenda. Just some very brief announcements. Today is World Water Day for 2021. The purpose is to celebrate water and to raise awareness about the global water crisis. The catchphrase this year is "Catch the rain where it falls, when it falls." Today is also, March the 24th will be World Tuberculosis Day. And we've been asked to bring that forward. Tuberculosis is still the leading global cause of death, or a leading global cause of death, and kills 1.5 million people per year. The infectious disease can be found still on every continent. It predominantly affects people living in poorer and unsanitary conditions. The day commemorates 1882 when Dr. Robert Koch discovered the cause of tuberculosis, which was a turning point in fighting the disease that raged across Europe and the Americas at the time. I also wanted to make reference to the fact that the fire chief yesterday implemented a fire ban across the town of Fort Erie, primarily because of the extremely dry weather conditions that we are experiencing. There have been a number of calls that the fire departments had to respond to. That has taken a toll on the manpower and has had some adverse impacts. So that ban will be in place until the fire chief has determined that it's safe for people to resume their opportunities to have fires. And there are restrictions even on that. I believe they're to be done between the hours of 4 and 11 p.m. And so the fire chief's trigger will be rain. And I understand that we're going to be having rain coming up over the next week or so. So please, in the meantime, abide by the fire ban. And finally, another milestone in the history of the town of Fort Erie, the town's CAO, Tom Cookett, has now turned 60 years of age. And it's hard to believe that it's quite a milestone. Some of us have already been there. Life begins at 60, Tom. I don't care what anybody tells you. Begins at 60. So congratulations and happy birthday. Some of the councillors wanted to sing happy birthday, but I don't really think we should be embarrassing ourselves in public. So, okay. That takes us then to notice of upcoming public meetings. We have a public open house with respect to a proposed zoning bylaw amendment at 1485 Garrison Road. And that will be on March the 24th, 2020 at 5 p.m. And that will be by video teleconference. And then that takes us to the regional councillors report. Councillor Encina, nice to see you.
Hey, Redekop. Good to see you, councillors. Hope all is well. It's been an interesting time so far at the region. The linking of the Niagara transit systems continues to move forward. A report was received detailing how the current Niagara Region transit system would combine services under the new proposed transit commission. It would be the combination of the Niagara Transit, Niagara Specialized Transit, and the NRT on demand. The goal for this would be for those systems, along with those from local area municipalities, to come together under the auspices of the Transit Commission. It's the belief that anyone going from one part of the region would be able to travel to another using the system. Right now, the outlying areas such as Beamsville, Lincoln, Pelham, Wainfleet, West Lincoln, and Grimsby have had the introduction of the transit on demand system that was initiated in Q3 of 2020. Well, since the inception of that, growth has been exponential. There's been over 463% ridership increase from the first week to week 15. Niagara-on-the-Lake has now made a formal request for this system. Yes, there are going to be growing pains for the new commission, and it will take a while to get there, but it is connecting the region. On another note, the board of directors of the Niagara Regional Housing were advised last week that the provincial government will be stopping funding for the Strong Communities Rent Supplement Program. As you can imagine, this will have a significant impact on over 250 of the most vulnerable families, several of which are here within Fort Erie. Funding is set to be cut off by January 2023, which would in today's dollars amount to about $1.78 million that would need to be added to the region levy should the funding wish to be continued. And this program was initiated over a decade ago. Niagara Regional Housing Board of Directors, through the CEO and through AMO, will be advocating for the continued funding of this program to the provincial government. A motion is forthcoming for the Regional Council to support this action also. NRH continues to work with the province for funding for its Rapid Development Initiative. However, plans that have been submitted have been put on hold pending provincial funding review. They actually ran out of money. There were too many initiatives that were put forward, and they didn't have enough funding for it, so they're going back to the table again to see what they can do. This initiative is actually for shovel-ready projects that are ready to go, and we have many in the region. NRH is hoping to continue to move forward with 6 projects that they have partnered with nonprofits. I believe one is right here in Fort Erie. In your agenda, in correspondence, item 2G, I'm going to refer to this council not long ago supported a declaration of a state of emergency for homelessness, mental health, and addictions. At the Public Works Committee, I brought forward a motion that was later ratified by Regional Council that would be seen as doing more for the residents of the region than just passing the declaration. I'd like to take a few minutes to inform Council of my actions. By declaring a state of emergency at the region, which can only be done by the regional chair, it allows for the emergency plans to be enacted just as it has been done to deal with the COVID pandemic. By activating the emergency plan, it does nothing to increase the funding nor give any extra legislative powers to the region. The motion that I proposed directed the chair of the Niagara region to reach out to the ministers, both federally and provincially, to draw attention to this ever-increasing crisis. Funding is requested for bridge housing and affordable housing in order to meet the 10-year housing and homelessness action plan. The staff now at the region are to report back to council on where we are falling short on addictions and mental health and what will be required. All this is being made as opposed to making the declaration. We have to remember that all of these issues, homelessness, mental health, and addictions, are the primary responsibility of the provincial government. And on a personal side note, it's just another form of downloading. And I really, I hope it stays at the regional level and doesn't filter down to the town level. Mayor Redekop, thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Councillor Encina. Are there any questions by members of council? Thank you. So then we will now move on to presentations and delegations. And the first delegation is Jeffrey Aldridge. So Mr. Davis, would you introduce him to the meeting, please?
He should be on his way in right now.
Perfect.
Looks like his.
Good evening, Mr. Aldridge. If you can activate your camera and your microphone. We can see you.
And can you hear me?
And we can hear you.
Wonderful, thank you.
Systems go. Good evening.
And are you ready for me to share my screen?
We are.
Okay. Mr. Mayor and Council, before I begin the presentation this evening, Orma Bleeks is sitting in the waiting room. I believe most of you know Orma. I was wondering if it is possible to invite her to join us. I know only I am allowed to do the presentation, but I wondered if she could at least be seen to the council while I make the presentation.
Mr. Davis can do that while you're proceeding with your presentation.
Okay, then. Thank you very much.
Can you not, Mr. Davis?
I will now see if I can share the screen.
Okay, so just hold on a second, Mr. Aldridge. Mr. Davis is saying that he can't bring in Ms. Bleeks.
I don't see her in the waiting room. I don't see that name in the waiting room.
Okay, well then I will proceed, and hopefully she may be able to join us later if you have any questions.
Perfect.
Okay,
Please
so
proceed.
let me see if I share my screen correctly. Okay, so can you see me okay now?
Can, and we can see your presentation.
Well, thank you very much. Now to make sure that I can actually manipulate it. So good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, town staff, and members of the public. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you tonight about a project to use Fire Station 6 as a community center. My name is Jeffrey Aldrich, and my responsibility is the development of a community center in Crystal Beach. Before I continue, I do want to give recognition to all the people who are now involved with this project. From Advancing Crystal Beach, we have Orma Bleeks, Jane Seaborn Davies, Louise Pickett, we have equipment outside my room, Karen Dobson, Pastor Frank Kiss, Christina Smith, Hope Elliott, Catherine Rogers, and Serafina Toma, as well as we are already talking to others who we hope to have join us. In addition, Joan Christensen of South Coast Community Services, who you know for her efforts to bring a community hub to Fort Erie, is working closely with us. The two organizations are committing to working collaboratively for the benefit of the community. My goal for tonight is quite simple. Advancing Crystal Beach is working on plans to convert Fire Station 6 into a community center. Tonight is just to introduce this project to the council, and in the future, we will be looking for your support. Before talking about what we want to do, I will quickly cover some of the background. Back in 2018, Advancing Crystal Beach, Beachcombers, and the Fort Erie Native Friendship Center formed a steering committee for the Greater Fort Erie Community Hub Task. In late 2018, the Ontario Trillium Foundation gave a grant of $75,000 to that steering committee. That money was to be used to have the McLean Consulting Group produce a report on the feasibility of establishing a community hub for Greater Fort Erie. That report was released in early 2019 with the key finding: it is feasible to create a hub in Fort Erie. There is enough evidence of demand, community goodwill, financial accessible options, and partnering opportunities. That report is now over 2 years old, and the demand is even greater. Following that, a new organization, South Coast Community Services, was established to develop plans for that hub, headed by Joan Christensen, along with 2 members of Advancing Crystal Beach, Orma Bleeks and J. Seaboard Davies. I would like to note, I'd like to note that in the charter for South Coast, it is mandatory that there be someone from Advancing Crystal Beach on its board, as well as others, to make certain that these organizations are working together. Since that formation, several productive meetings were held between South Coast and the town, particularly with a lot of assistance to Bev Bradnam, who we thank very much. And as doing that, as part of the possibility of using Fire Station 6 was examined. And then last year, the pandemic hit and progress on the hub came almost to a complete stop. However, during that time, South Coast determined that Fire Station 6 was not going to be large enough for the hub that was envisioned. ACB had been working alongside South Coast on the hub project and had been planning on using part of the hub for its needs when Fire Station 6 was dropped as a possibility for a full hub. Advancing Crystal Beach realized it was still a great facility for a local community center that could be developed in reasonably near future. From our artist impression, you can see that we planned for it to be accessible and inclusive. There are 3 things we expect the community center to do. One is community social services, more accessible community meeting space, additional senior services, youth drop-in center, arts and culture, education training, newcomer services, legal clinic, daycare, and activities such as yoga, billiards, table tennis, etc. The second set of functions are offices for other more health-related organizations to operate from. It should be noted here that one of the justifications for the hub was that many services are not easily available to residents of the west of Fort Erie, and sometimes the best access, if someone can get it at all, is a meeting in a car or local coffee shop. It should always be noted that we are hopeful by the time this center is ready, that the pandemic will be largely behind us, and part of our focus will be to help people recover from the isolation that they've had to deal with. We're in the process of identifying the potential services that will be offered, and these are just some of the examples of people we are talking to. And the final thing we are hoping for the community center is that it will be a museum or a memorabilia center and a tribute to the old fire stations 6 and 4. We would like to be able to recognize that our firefighters have been here since 1925. We also want to take note of the fact that Crystal Beach was founded in 1898, and the roller coaster was one of the main features of Crystal Beach. Advancing Crystal Beach has already acquired a scale model of the Cyclone roller coaster that we would host at the center. In November 1988, Mayor Redekop said in a press release, "Fort Erie is growing, and with this growth, we are witnessing many opportunities and challenges. By considering the need for a community hub, Council will be able to better determine what services, programs, and activities could be provided to our residents in a single gathering place and how the town can support such an initiative." That was 2.5 years ago, and those needs are even greater now. The hub is going to take many years to get off the ground at this point, but Fire Station Community Center could be done by the end of next year. Just like to point out that in the Town of Fort Erie strategic plan, you have an item to encourage the Community Hub initiative. We hope to work with the town to have you support the community center as part of that plan. If you remember back at the beginning, we talked about the seed grant from Trillium Foundation, and we are hoping that the Fire Station 6 Community Center can be the growing of that seed. We can start early with a small center and then build later on into the community hub. So in conclusion, the current plans are that the new fire station will be in operation by the January 2022 timeframe. And sometime after that, Fire Station 6 will be decommissioned and available. We would aim to have the Fire Station 6 Community Center in operation by the latter half of 2022. It will take a lot of work and time to raise the funds, find the resources, and get this project off the ground. We will be presenting our proposal to the Land Committee, I believe on April 1, with the hope that they will support this project, and hopefully Council would approve it as soon after that as possible. We can't do much more work with this until we know we have that facility available to us. Just to reiterate, we are in the preliminary stages of informing the Council of what it is we plan to do. The details will be worked out and presented to Land Committee in the next week or so. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate your listening to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aldridge. I'm going to ask if there are any members of council that have any questions. I'm going to scroll through, so if you've got your hand up, keep it up. Councillor Butler.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Aldridge. It's nice to put a face behind the emails.
Nice to see you too.
I would like to ask you, what is your ask here exactly? I don't understand what you're trying to get to.
I beg your pardon. Could you say that again? Because what
I just would like to get a clarification on what your ask is.
Oh,
is your ask?
Our ask, so this is part of what we still have to spend doing in the next week when we approach the Land Committee. Our goal is to find a way to use Fire Station 6 as the community center. And we need to work with Land Committee, we need to work with the council to find a way for us to do that.
Were you looking to purchase the property? Is that what you're looking to do?
That is one of the options we are open to entertaining.
Okay.
I will be clear about one thing. We know that I believe your policy is that at some point you would declare this land to be surplus, and that your standard policy is that it would then be put on the market. Both the timing and the probable price of such an approach would put it beyond our reach, because we wouldn't know until the early part of next year whether we would have a chance at it. And of course, depending on the market, we may never be able to raise those sort of funds. So we are putting alternatives together for the Land Committee so that they can then make recommendations.
I see. So this is more of an introduction and to kind of alert us to the fact that something else is coming.
That is exactly right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Any other members of council have any questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Aldridge. We look forward to receiving more information and further comment from your organization.
And thank you very much, Mayor Redekop and the rest of council.
Okay. So, Mr. Davis, perhaps you could now bring in the second delegation. That's Michelle Hamers, Wildlife Campaign Manager for World Animal Protection.
She's just on her way in.
Okay.
I'm here just trying to get, there we go.
Good evening, Ms. Hamers.
Good evening. Thank you for having me, Mayor and councillors. Thank you. I believe I can share my screen now, so let me do that. No, know if you can see, I don't know, hold on.
So you've shared your screen, but we're not seeing anything in the black space.
Yeah, I think it's still loading. Unfortunately, I'm not quite
Yep.
sure why the computer is lagging now.
That's fine.
There we go. Let me see, let's try this again. Is that better?
There we go.
Excellent, okay. So I'll just, are you still seeing the main presentation? Or are you seeing my display settings?
Yeah, no, we can see exotic animals and your presentation.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. As I said, thank you so much for having me. Sorry for this delay. I'm here today to talk a bit about the exotic animal proposed bylaw. My name is Michelle Hammers. I work for World Animal Protection. We are an international animal welfare organization with 14 countries across the world. One of our offices is in Canada, in Toronto, and that's where I work. I'm the Wildlife Campaign Manager. And we are working on projects with local partners, governments, and businesses to find real-life solutions to protect animals better. And as you can see, we're, for example, part of the Ontario Animal Welfare Advisory Table that is currently convening to provide recommendations to the Ontario government under the new Provincial Animal Welfare Services Act. Today, I would like to talk a bit about the bylaw and share some experience or some things we've been seeing in the exotic pet industry that is concerning of us. First, I'd like to say that the bylaw itself was very comprehensive and it was a pleasure reading it, but there are some things that I think might have been overlooked and I would like to bring to your attention. So today I'd like to talk to you about mobile live animal programs, also known as MLABs, which are operations, professional or amateurs that use animals, often exotic or rare animals like reptiles, amphibians and such, who will take their animals and go to a variety of locations like schools, elderly homes, to show their animals. And we are concerned with this because from an animal welfare perspective, this can be very stressful, but also there are some sincere like disease risks that are that we need to take into consideration. So just to give you an idea, these MLABs are usually not very well regulated, and we have seen them sprout up everywhere throughout Canada. We've done a desktop research and we identified over 150 of these kind of types of businesses who use any animal from, as you can see, sloths to big lizards to large snakes, constrictor snakes. I've seen bobcats. I've seen lynxes being used. So quite a variety of animals. And they often promote themselves as being educational, conservation minded. But if we look deeper into these kind of businesses, what we're seeing is that they're mostly focused, and they're really the marketing hook is getting to touch and be in close contact with these wild animals. And the problem there is that many of these animals carry diseases that can be very risky, especially for people in a certain category. I mean, something we've seen with COVID as well, where there's a strong warning to people over 65, other people at the risk are young children. And what we see with these kind of mobile live animal programs is that that's the groups they are usually targeting. So if you're under a certain age, sometimes you get free entry to certain this type of events. And our concern is that these animals carry diseases like salmonella, and often there is very little regulations or very little oversight to make sure that these events are done hygienically, that the animals are taken care of properly, that they get enough rest, etc. So here you've seen a couple of examples of the focus of these MLABs. You can see caiman and armadillo, and they're usually all very like exotic animals as we would classify them. So as I mentioned, who can start MLABs? Pretty much anybody who has some animals, access to the internet, a car, and that's it. Anybody can start it. There are no criteria. There's no self-regulation really. And this is a reason why we see, for example, a lot of exotic animal breeders do this as a side business as well. They'll go into schools, they present themselves as being part of an educational curriculum, and they get into these environments without little restrictions. As I mentioned, all these animals, they are known carriers of diseases, reptiles, amphibians, birds, and young ruminants predominantly. Salmonella is a severe risk, and public health organizations, including Public Health of Canada, they recommend against people part of these people who are part of these at-risk groups to contact the animals or to come in touch with anything the animals has touched. So you can imagine if these animals are brought into a community center and they are handled and they are walking on the ground, or even their enclosures are set up in a certain way, it's pretty much a full contamination of all the surfaces, which is incredibly hard to clean, incredibly hard to keep safe, especially for people who are at risk. So a brief overview of why we believe that MLABs are not acceptable or reasonable, and that we feel that many, unfortunately, governments have to start dealing with, since these are pretty new phenomenons, the new business models. We've noticed that there are very little regulations, or people don't really know about them. So this is a reason why I'm here tonight to talk about this business model. So as I mentioned, they fail to address human health and safety concerns. They neglect animal welfare, which is something we are very concerned about as an animal welfare organization. Animals are transported in very small containers. They don't have the ability to exercise normal behavior, which is something the bylaw does state, that animals should be able to do that. There's no meaningful oversight. There's no obligation to meet any standards because they don't exist. And by providing these kind of businesses from a full exemption, it means that animals that are currently listed or proposed to be listed on Schedule A of your bylaw, that these organizations or businesses can bring in these animals. So that can be anything from lion cubs to large constrictor snakes to venomous snakes, anything. They are completely exempted, which is a concern for us. Just a couple of examples of what happened in the news. So we have seen outbreaks of salmonella outbreaks related to the keeping of exotic animals as pets, including snakes and hedgehogs. A little blurb about the government of Canada asking people to not expose people in the risk group to these animals. Sometimes escapes happen, as we've seen in Montreal, where a caiman escaped from a party and wandered the streets for a bit. And there are some jurisdictions like in Manitoba and other jurisdictions where these kind of businesses are facing certain criteria, restrictions, regulations that they must meet. So just an example of some of the animals that are commonly used in MLABs. It's literally anything from salamanders, snakes, bobcats, you name it, and they have it. I would say another concern for us is that these MLABs, they often normalize the keeping of wild animals as pets, and animals that are protected or even endangered elsewhere outside of Canada, they are sometimes exhibited and handled, which is a concern. So what do we recommend? So we would recommend to have another look at the exemptions that are listed in the bylaw in Schedule B. And you can see we've worked with other municipalities on these types of bylaws, and this is an example of what we've talked about with the municipality, the county of Hastings in Hastings Highlands. So exemptions apply to veterinarian hospitals, shelters. I think those are the common ones. Then anything from a public park or wildlife exhibit that is run by the town of Fort Erie, if such parks and exhibits exist. As mentioned, I believe also in the bylaw, anything that applies to the Wildlife Conservation Act, agriculture fairs and shows. We are mindful that domestic animals are often being used, which we have lesser concern with from an animal welfare perspective and also from a disease transmissions factor. And then the last two, resource institutions. And if might the council, mayor, or whoever is in charge of the bylaws apologies, if submissions can be made by people who run these businesses to come into town and give a good reason why and make sure that they meet hygiene measures, that they meet certain criteria, then an exemption can be made, of course. But we would strongly recommend that upfront to exempt all these types of businesses. A couple of other small things that I looked at and that we recommend. There are some, I think, slightly, some things that were overseen regarding Appendix A and the exemptions. For example, the exemption list, or the example listed here, is regarding exempting a number of animals, which I believe is an oversight. It should be moved up higher into the bylaws. So for example, under exemptions, it says non-venomous snakes, non-venomous lizards, insect, turtles, spiders, or squamata in an escape-proof enclosure. I believe that is an oversight because some of these animal species are listed under Appendix A of prohibited species. So I think just some things to review. And the final recommendation we would have is when we're looking at the basic standards of care, something that we would like to see as an organization is that when we're talking about caring for animals, is that we refer to their species-specific needs. So not only saying something needs to be adequate and appropriate, but really making sure that when animals are kept, they are kept according to the needs of that specific species. And I believe that's it for now. I didn't know if there are any questions. I did submit some other additional information about mobile life animal programs that I believe has been circulated. And I'm happy to submit any other information of the work we've done or on this topic.
Thank you very much, Ms. Amir. Are there any members of council who have any questions? And hold your hand. There you go. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Through you to the presenter. Thank you for your presentation. My one question is about how does PAWS fit into this?
Yeah, that's a good question. So being part of the committee, the PAWS, we are looking into developing regulations, or at least the government is, and we are on the advisory committee who meets once every few months or once every 2 months, I believe. And they are working on this. I'm not quite sure when this will be dealt with in the process, but I believe this will be something that will be looked at. But unfortunately, for the time being, as mentioned before, some things are downloaded onto municipalities, and for so far, exotic animals has been from the use of exotic animals to breeding to the keeping of. Hopefully, this will be addressed through the new PAWS Act, but what the timeline is, I do not know.
If I can continue, Mary, I think our town doesn't allow exotic animals to be kept at this point, but I'd be interested to see where this advances with PAWS, because again, they're the enforcement of it. I think it would be difficult for each municipality to carry on to meet all the requirements. And there are many, as you stated, but thank you for your presentation.
Are there any other councillors who have any questions? Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Ms. Hamirs. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was really very informative and something that I didn't even take into consideration. You mentioned that you worked with a number of municipalities in the past. Could you just give us an example of a couple of them?
So we've worked with Hastings County,
right,
on their latest bylaw, which was introduced, I believe, a couple of weeks ago. Which is something we worked on together with Zuchek, who Rob Layla will be speaking later. We've worked with Newmarket, Those two would be the most two recent examples. Newmarket, however, as Ms. Noyes said, there are a lot of issues to consider. And what they've done in Newmarket, and which is a more popular regulatory framework, is instead of prohibited animals, we switch it up and we look at animals that are allowed. So animals that meet a certain number of criteria, like they have to be safe, they can't transmit diseases, they can thrive in captivity. And by switching that, it means that the onus really on proving if the animals meet the criteria is on the people that would like to keep them. And this is a very popular, or it's gaining popularity throughout Canada as well as outside of Canada. It's called a positive list. And we have more information on that if council is interested.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting, actually. And since you thoroughly reviewed the current proposed bylaw, you made a point with respect to working with and developing regulations for PAWS to follow. So in your estimation, I mean, I am taking away that currently PAWS doesn't have anything in place in order to follow through. So it's really up to the municipality to put some checks and balances in place to ensure that our residents are safe and our animals are well taken care of.
That's correct. That's currently correct.
Thank you.
Sorry,
I really appreciate
is that
that.
for me?
Yeah, that was a question.
It was.
And you've answered
Oh,
it.
so
I was just getting your opinion. Yes. Yes.
So if I may, Mayor Redekop, that's correct. So what they've done when introducing the PAWS Act, they copied some of the existing regulations under the previous OSPCA Act. So for example, standards of care are now under the PAWS Act, but there is no regulation currently that would prohibit the keeping of exotic animals except for orcas.
Mm-hmm.
So the only two animals that like exotic animal that's prohibited are orcas. Anything else is up to the municipality to decide.
Okay, thank you.
So just for clarification, Ms. Amirs, there are some regulations, but there aren't regulations that relate to exotic animals
Right.
in the PAWS legislation. Is that correct?
There are regulations pertaining to the standards of care. So similar to what you have in your bylaw, but it does not regulate the keeping of exotic animals in the province.
Right. And your view is that it should be a provincial responsibility?
It should, in my view, it should be, and I'm hoping that that's the direction the government wants to go into. But I would urge council, for the time being, to really take matters into their own hands and to keep control of this situation. What we see sometimes that when we've tried to pass bylaws in hindsight, it makes it a lot more difficult to prevent these businesses from coming in or setting up, etc. So that's what we're doing regularly. We're attending these different council meetings to just try to encourage people to really take action, even though the Ontario government is working on this issue.
And if I might, unless there are any other councillors, I'm sorry, Councillor Butler, I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. It's okay that you interjected. That's fine. Since you have been working alongside other individuals to develop these regulations, how many people work for PAWS actually in all of Ontario? That cover all of Ontario, correct?
You mean the enforcement people?
PAWS, yes, the enforcement people for PAWS. They cover all of Ontario, correct?
That's correct. And I'm not quite sure how many there are. I think the next speaker on this topic might know more about it. If I recall, it was something around 80, and they were looking up to higher over a little over 100. Some of these enforcement officers are trained, and they have they're specialized in zoo animals, for example. But that's a smaller fragment of the total.
Yeah, that's my understanding too, is that the individuals that work for PAWS currently are not fully trained in anything across the board, actually, and to have less than 100 people to cover all of Ontario is not sufficient.
So, Councillor Butler, you know
Thank
that
you.
you get to ask questions right now.
Do you believe that that's true? There you go. No, I'm just.
She's already indicated that she thinks
Thank
it's
you very
80.
much. I appreciate it, Ms. Hammers.
Any other councillors?
You're welcome.
So just for clarification,
Your worship,
sorry. Yes,
I've just been advised by Mr. Davis that when Councillor Lubberts came back in, he was by default put on mute. So if he wants to speak to you, he needs to press star
Yes.
6.
I'm sorry. Did you hear that, Councillor Lubberts? You'd have to press star 6 in case you wanted to be heard.
All right, yeah, okay, thanks.
Do you have any
Thank
questions of the delegation?
Yeah, just to clarify on what the province is doing in regards to pause. Ms. Hammers, you say that you've been working with other groups, and is pause not working to finalize exactly what they're covering and what they're not covering? I know it's not there yet, but are they not working on it?
Correct.
Ms. Summers,
Yeah.
would you know that?
Oh, apologies for skipping that. Yes, they are. Our organization is part of the advisory table together with some other stakeholders. So they
Yeah,
are working
all right.
on it.
So listen, what I'm interested in knowing is what exactly would you like to see changed in the draft bylaw that our staff has put together? And then, because what my concern is the province has decided that they're going to take on animal welfare, which was a delegation that they gave to OSPCA. So they've decided now they're going to take it over. And one thing that I know about legislation is we can strengthen it at a municipal level, but we can't weaken it. So what is something that you would recommend that we make changes for? And then maybe our staff can look at that and implement some of the things that need to be changed. And then when PAWS comes out with their final legislation as to how they're going to handle animal care and animal welfare, then maybe we can make amendments to our bylaw. But could you do that and give us specific recommendations that you would like to see?
They were part of the presentation, Councillor Lubberts, and you may have missed that. So there's some recommendations with respect to better definition of who would be exempt in terms of owning exotic animals. And then there was a specific reference to some subsections in section 23.2. And those were
yes,
part of the
I heard that, Mayor Redekop, but what I'm asking is if they'll just give us, instead of the whole presentation, just give us the list of recommendations that they would like to see.
Those were 2 slides, were they not, Ms. Amers?
It's correct, but happy to send the list in a separate email if that's okay.
Yeah, something like that, yeah. And then we can work on it from there.
Further, Councillor Lubberts?
No, I think that should cover it.
Great, thank you very much. Any other councillors? Thank you very much, Ms. Amers, then, and we'll look forward to receiving the concise recommendation from you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Mr. Davis, then could you please bring Riley Zimak into the council meeting? Very much, Ms. Amers, then, and we'll look forward to receiving the concise recommendation from you. Good evening, Mr. Zimak. Davis, then could you please bring Riley Zimak into the council meeting?
Just need you to turn off your YouTube feed.
Oh, yeah. There you go. All right, I'll share my screen. You guys got that?
Yep, we do. So please proceed, Mr. Zemak.
First, I'd just like to introduce myself to everybody. Hello, I'm Riley Zemak. I'm the director here at the Fort Erie Native Friendship Center. I'm also the chair of the Fort Erie Coalition on Diversity and Inclusion. So today it's more just an introduction with you guys, just to kind of show you guys what we've been working on and what we've been doing, and just to hopefully give you an idea of what we're looking to do in the future, and go from there. So how we came to be. So the coalition here, we started with members from Matthew House and Fort Erie Multicultural Center, which initially was Aurora and John, and Jen Dockstader as well, who was approached by Mayor to kind of form this committee after the events that happened last summer. So after that, we went and we recruited some members here. So these are some of the members we have. We have Jen, myself, Erica Alfaro, Martha Mason, Ella Bleeks, Linda Ressler, Dalton Bird, Joseph Felix, Janine Tesmere, Danielle Breezewa, and Jennifer G, John Mitchie, and Catherine Rogers. So a lot of these people here work or are a part of a diverse group, and their goal for this committee is to basically enhance Fort Erie through some of their own experiences, some of their fellow people that they know, like their experiences. And so from there, we've created a terms of reference. So we've been working on that. That is now complete. Mayor Wayne Redekop actually wrote the preamble for us. So that was awesome. Thank you, Mayor. And we created a small questionnaire to just get the general consensus of how the community feels throughout Fort Erie. And so far, it's been somewhat positive, somewhat negative. Some complaints have just been based on the wording of the questionnaire. Some are just based on the wording in our terms of reference. So we're working to try and make it inclusive for everybody, and so that everyone feels welcome. We also worked on a youth survey in the greater Fort Erie area, and we're trying to create it for the Let's Talk Fort Erie webpage for the coalition. So Janine has actually been a super helpful person there. She's been pushing that through along with Jennifer. So far we have our small results, nothing really major to talk about yet. But once we get some more similar, say, complaints or experiences or something, we're hoping that we could eventually talk to the town of Fort Erie and the council members and the mayor, and just see how we could be a part of the solution here to maybe amend some of the problems that we might have in this town. I know some of you may know we hosted a vaccine clinic last week, for example, and it was primarily for Indigenous folks. Some of the phone calls we've been receiving from people, just because that the Indigenous population was prioritized, has been disheartening, to say the least. It's surprising to see how many people in Fort Erie are still prejudiced and or racist. So these are still issues in our community, as much as some of us don't like to admit it. And even myself growing up, I didn't receive too much of it, but I can now, working in this field for the last almost 3 years, I've seen it firsthand a lot. So it's something that really hits home for me now. So in totality here, we're hoping to help the mayor and council with advice, practices, initiatives throughout the community, and just make sure that the town of Fort Erie is inclusive for everybody that lives here. And we talked too. It doesn't even, you don't have to be a permanent resident if you're somebody that resides here part-time. Your input is still welcome, as to us, you're still part of the town. So I just wanted to leave it open for questions and comments for everybody. And it was more just an introduction, and I just wanted to say hello and thank you for having me here tonight.
Thank you very much, Riley. It's very important that you came this evening to at least update council and the community as to the initiative that is taking place in terms of diversity and inclusion. And you're quite right. There are things that occur that some of us may not even recognize as being prejudicial or racist. And particularly for those of us who have been part of the majority population, a lot of times take things for granted and don't really take a look at the other side of the coin. So it's very important that you were able to come forward this evening. It's very important that the individuals that are associated with the Coalition of Inclusion and Diversity are taking the time and energy to put that forward. I did want to ask you if I could, and then I'll go to other councillors. Are you still soliciting applications for new members?
Yes, we are.
And they can do that by either contacting you at the Native Friendship Center or I suppose contacting me? Yeah. Perfect. Thank you again for coming out this evening. Are there any members of council who have any questions? Then you did such a stellar presentation, Riley, that there are no questions. We know that there's lots of work, and we very much appreciate your involvement, and you've got a good group. Many of them have some very interesting experiences. When we considered the diversity committee at the region, we did hear from some individuals who provided some of their experiences, some of which are pretty startling. And we try to pride ourselves in Fort Erie, and I know this council very, very much takes the position that we need to include everyone in our community. We can't be as strong as a community as we want to be unless we are diverse and we take advantage of the talents of everyone. So thank you and congratulations for being part of the Coalition on Inclusion and Diversity. Okay, so Riley, you're off the hook for now, and we'll go to, thank you, we'll go to Mr. Davis for the next delegation, and that is Phil Smith, who is part of the addendum. Good evening, Mr. Smith.
Can you guys see me?
We can see you and we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. First of all, following three really important delegates here, so it was really interesting to listen to them and learn from them. I do have a little PowerPoint presentation that I'll share, but I'd like to just maybe go through my speech and then I'll share the presentation if that's okay, because I kind of can't talk over it really. So is that okay?
Sure, as long as you keep it to the 10 minutes.
I'll be less than that. So first of all, hello, Town Council and staff. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to join today in these uncertain times by way of Zoom. I hope everyone's doing as great as possible. So I'm joining you today to discuss my proposed purchase of a small commercially zoned lot in Crystal Beach at 390 Derby Road. The property is on the corner of Derby Road and Lincoln Road East and has been vacant for as long as I can remember. It's 39.9 by 80 feet wide and zoned CMU2, which allows for a mixed use development. It is currently used as a de facto parking lot for the residents and businesses and customers of the growing Crystal Beach business community, affectionately known as Hot Dog Alley. I own the other parcels on the block, being 394 Derby Road, 400 Derby, and 404 Derby. I've owned them since 2011. I last applied to purchase this property in 2011 and was told at that time my application was being deferred as the town of Fort Erie wanted to wait for the results of a parking study. Since then, I've been mowing the lawn, adding stone and snow plowing it, which is fine for the benefit of everyone. Now, 10 years later, my application is being deferred once again while we await the secondary plan, the Crystal Beach secondary plan. I've sat on that committee because of COVID and staff changes. I don't believe that we've met in over 12 months, and I'm not aware of any plans to meet in the future. In the meantime, I believe the timing is now ideal to begin to move the process of redevelopment forward, keeping in mind that it'll take a lot of time as it is. 400 and 404 Derby are long empty buildings in need of repair that will need to come down in order to redevelop this parcel into something that the community needs, in my opinion, and will only further enhance the street. I do not wish to wait or to hold off much longer in putting together a plan for what I have with 390 Derby or without. We're kind of at a fork in the road, but by looking at this block as a whole, it provides a much better opportunity to redevelop on a larger scale and make best use of the property at 390 Derby Road. At some point, the zoning changed from C2 to CMU2, which indicates to me that the town would like to see that stretch be what I intend for it to be, which is a higher density mixed use development. I believe we're in agreement that the best way to revitalize the area is to create not only new commercial opportunities, but also for people, places for people to live above the commercial spaces and to create critical density and a walkable, bikeable type of a community. These properties have a much better chance of having a greater impact as a whole than as a one-off type new building if it's not incorporated into the plans that I have. If there was a residential component to just that lot, parking would need to be provided, which for anyone other than myself, because I own the adjoining properties, would reduce the size of the footprint of the building. So I believe that it would have a better impact as a part of a whole. I've spent my whole career over the last 15 or 20 years revitalizing Crystal Beach, the Crystal Beach business community. I guess I'm one of many. Long empty buildings I've renovated now house at least 13 new 13 new businesses that employ over 50 people, with another 7 storefronts under construction. Long empty buildings I've renovated now have at least 25 new apartments, with another 20 apartments under construction. I live, eat, sleep, breathe, and love Crystal Beach. I believe I have an excellent track record of not only getting it done, but working well with the town and doing it in a way consistent with going above and beyond. Colorful, historic, thoughtful, definitely not generic type developments. I believe that any successful downtown area that I've been to, that I think of in a romantic way, places like Mackinac Island in Michigan, which is probably my favorite place other than Crystal Beach, and that I've been to, Niagara Lake, Charleston, Newport, Bar Harbor, they all have a common theme, and the theme is unique, historic, and colorful buildings. The buildings are a part of the feel, of the allure. Redevelopment to me is not generic. It's not pizza, and Subway. It's a butcher and a baker and a candlestick maker. And in order to create that experience, I believe the buildings need to become part of the solution. One could take an old abandoned building and wrap it in beige vinyl siding, and it would be better than what it was, but it's not as good as it could be. It's not going to inspire people to come to Crystal Beach, to want to shop here, to want to visit here, to want to set up their business here. And that's the threshold I aim for. Not better than what it was, but to be as great as it can be. And I think I'm uniquely qualified based on my past experience and my past results to be the person to redevelop that lot. And I believe the time is now. I believe that instead of kicking this can further down the line, I believe it would be a wise decision to proceed with the sale so that it can be incorporated into a future plan and be its highest and best use. Thank you for your time.
You had a PowerPoint presentation you wanted to show?
I do, and I'm going to try to do that here if I can. There it is, right there. This is my first time doing this, so please bear with me. Can everybody see it?
Yep.
Okay, great. So I just wanted to share some before and afters here. If it will let me. Oh, there we go. So these are just some examples of some buildings, the before and after that I've done in the community, taking them from derelict buildings into something that is attractive for the community and attracting new businesses. Some of these pictures are obviously pretty startling. But I try to do things too that I guess to make the area very Instagrammable. I guess that's the word to use. I've done the weather rock. I've done the good vibe sign. I have some cool things in the works that's designed to get people to take pictures and share. So these are some examples of apartments that have been created in long empty spaces. The before and afters all along Derby Road here. And that's, so this is the parcel that's in question here. So you'll see on the left-hand side, this is looking north. The land is at the end of this block, and the right-hand side, this is looking south, and the lot would be to the left. Again, some apartments that have, have been moved into and are creating density in the area. I try to make everything very, very colorful and do everything first class. Here's a mural. So the lot is right adjacent to this building, is the lot that's in question. You can see it there on the right-hand side. This is basically where it is on Derby Road as you're looking north. I have this whole block here, so it just allows for a lot more possibilities in terms of its development. This is Mackinac Island in Michigan that I had referenced, and this is what when I close my eyes at night, this is what I see for Derby Road. I see colorful classic buildings with people living above and shopping down below, and that's the goal, and that's what I can do in this block. So that's why I think it's important to have that parcel, to create something like this that people can visit and the town of Fort Erie as a whole can be proud of. I want to create an area that people can relax and enjoy and shop. I picture white lights thrown across the street and life-size chessboards and picnic tables and things along those lines. That is a place that you want to come and visit, and it's unique to our area. So there's a couple more pictures of Mackinac Island. I just love it there. And if you look at the types of buildings, that's the type of look that I see. That's the type of look that I see when I think of Crystal Beach. So this is the Ontario Hotel. I've named it Derby Square. These are the plans that I'm working on now. This is the building that I'm doing now. When I get done, there'll be 38 units in there, and it'll look like an incredible streetscape of 6 different buildings put together. And I've been working with the town building department. They've been great in working with me to revitalize this long empty, long sort of dormant building. So that's really what I have for everybody. And I just hope that some more consideration perhaps can be given to my proposed purchase. And that's all I have for right now.
Perfect, Mr. Smith. 9 minutes. Excellent.
Not bad.
Look, I don't think anyone can deny your passion, your exuberance, and your commitment to our community. I did have a question, and then I'll go to other members of council. My understanding is that the secondary plan is approaching completion. You've done all of this revitalization in Crystal Beach without the benefit of a community improvement program, which means that you've done this all with your own money. Wouldn't it be helpful for you to be able to tap into a CIP?
I've been trying to lead the way for a long time now to have access to that CIP program. I spoke in front of council probably about 2 years ago to get Crystal Beach next in line. At the same time, I can't sit around and wait for that to happen. I have done everything that I've been able to do with the support, I guess, of people that believe in me, whether it be banks or whether it be private individuals. And I've been put my head down and power through and just do the best that I possibly can. Would a CIP help? Absolutely. Not only me, but everybody else that's down there. But in the meantime, I'm not going to sit on my hands and wait for that to happen, because as I alluded to in my presentation, I would have been waiting since 2011 at least. And I feel like I've accomplished a lot. I haven't gotten, I've had good cooperation with the town. Don't get me wrong. Like, I've had a lot of support from building and planning, but in terms of the dollars and the programs to help make these things come to fruition, there hasn't been any support, not a penny. So I welcome that for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, and my point is, you can't get a CIP without a secondary plan. But
Right.
I know you understand that. Are there any other members of council that have any questions of Mr. Smith? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop, to Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, thank you for your enthusiasm. I have a question. I wasn't here in 2011. Okay. So what did the parking study say about this property?
To be honest with you, I'm not even sure. I do know that as part of what's happening in Crystal Beach, whether it be myself who's doing it, or the other people that are starting to take shape as well. Parking is going to be definitely a concern. There are existing parking lots that are underutilized and under signed. I guess they're not signed very well. And we will have to figure out a parking strategy moving forward for sure. But I think most good planning would say that parcels that front on the main road are not necessarily the best places to have parking. That parking might make more sense in behind these types of spaces. So, and I think that anything that I do with the property as a whole is going to have to go through the planning process, which means it's going to have to, at some point in time, parking is going to be taken into consideration at that point in time, and I'll have to provide parking for whatever it is I'm going to develop. So it's still going to have to go through that process, because whatever I propose is going to have to go through that process.
Mayor Redekop, that can continue. I'm not sure if it does. My understanding is that if it's on a main street in a business area, you do not have to provide parking spaces on your site plan. But I could be wrong. I'm not the planner.
I'll have to provide one parking space for every unit, every residential unit that I wish to create.
No, residential, yes, but I'm thinking the commercial.
I think it's key that this is not just simply commercial. It needs to have the density of people living above it and around it and surrounding it to patronize the buildings and to patronize the businesses.
Yeah, if I can continue, I understand that. My concern is, you mentioned that the current lot that you want is currently used for parking.
The parcel that I want is not a parking lot, but it is used unofficially as de facto parking for about five spots there. Less than 100 feet away, there is a town parking lot that has no signage on it that could very easily take the place of this parking.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of council? Councillor McDermott?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Smith, for your presentation.
Thank you.
You have done wonderful work down there, and I know the mayor and I and economic development people have been to a couple of openings down there, and thrilled about that, especially during the period of time that COVID's been here. Nothing's stopping there. So I guess my question is, with regards to this lot, if it was a parking lot, let's just assume it is. How many cars really are we talking about that would fit on that piece of land?
And this is just an estimate, but I think if it was developed as parking, keeping in mind all the requirements for sight lines and everything, maybe 7 or 8 spots, maybe 9, but that would be the absolute most, I would think.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Any other members of council have any other questions of Mr. Smith?
Yes, Mayor Redekop.
Oh, go ahead, Councillor Lubberts.
Yeah, thank you very much. Phil, thank you very much for your presentation. You said that you're going to have a mixed use on there, so there would be commercial and residential, and you acknowledge that you would have to provide at least one parking space for each residential unit that you create.
Right.
Have you looked, and do you have any properties in mind that you could use for parking, that you could purchase?
Yeah. So of the remaining parcels in that block that I have, there would be an opportunity to put parking in behind a building that would be constructed. So there could be parking on site. So part of this parcel might even be parking like towards the back of the property as opposed towards the front. I also have a number of properties, in that stretch that could be used as parking. I've acquired a number of different lots over the years that are within a short walk of these properties, with a long-term eye towards being potential parking spots that would not be on the main commercial strip, but would be in behind to support that main commercial strip. So I have, I guess I've had the foresight a little bit to, acquire what I could to be able to use those potentially in the future.
And have you brought that to staff and shown staff the properties that you could use for parking?
I have, sorry, I have not done that, but I believe that town staff is aware of the properties that I own on Derby Road. But I'd be quite happy to sit down and look at a, at a big picture overview of what I have and maybe what it could be used best for, and also where some potential parking could be created that I don't own. There's large portions of land on the north side of Erie Road that are currently used as seasonal parking that I think perhaps there's an opportunity to make those more of a year-round parking types of a situation. So there are some different ways to go about it. And I said before, I think there's two different types of parking problems. There's a parking problem where we have a ton of parking and nobody coming to visit us. And there's another parking problem where we have, 15, 20 new businesses that are all doing pretty well. We need to find a way to be able to put their customers. So we sort of tried it the first way for many, many years. It wasn't working. So now, luckily, we have a number of new businesses and a lot kind of just beneath the surface. And I can tell you, I get phone calls almost every day from people around Niagara, outside of Niagara, who are hearing that Crystal Beach is the place to be. Crystal Beach is the place they should be looking at to either start a business or relocate their business. So by all means, parking is going to be a concern moving forward, absolutely. But still, using this parcel, its highest and best use is not as parking exclusively. There are alternatives, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I get that. It's just that if we're going to take away a potential parking lot, we need to replace it with something else. And if you have properties that you have in mind that you can either purchase or that you already own that you can use for parking, maybe you can show that to staff and introduce and maybe come up with a plan.
I think that's a good idea. I'd love to have that conversation.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks. That's all I have, Mayor Redekop.
Thank you, Councillor Lubberts. Any other councillors? If not, then thank you very much, Mr. Smith. As you know, this matter is part of the agenda later this evening.
Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Mayor and Council. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Davison, would you please bring in the final delegate, Robert Laidlaw from Zuchek, Inc.
Yeah, he's on his way in.
Good evening, Mr. Laidlaw. Unfortunately, we can't hear you, so I don't know whether there's a problem with your audio or not. We've got the video, but no audio. What do you think, Mr. Davis?
Yeah, I was just looking to see. I mean, it doesn't look like he's muted. My end, it looks fine. So it must be something on his system.
Maybe you need to just check the audio aspects of your computer or iPad, whatever you have.
No, I could I could try sending him back out into the waiting room and then bringing him back in again.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, that's the equivalent of a reboot. Okay, just bring him back in.
He's not staying with Councillor Lubberts, is he?
I heard that.
Well, is he there? Let him use your phone.
Yeah, looks like he's struggling to connect.
Yeah.
I had a hard enough time connecting myself.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything we can do at our end, Mayor Redekop.
Okay, so right now, so Mr. Laidlaw, can you maybe turn on your video if you're there? Okay, so I know, Madam Clerk, I know that we received an email earlier today from Mr. Laidlaw with, I believe, some information relative to some suggestions that he had. And I'm wondering if for some reason Mr. Laidlaw can't connect with us this evening, prior to this coming back as a bylaw, we could provide him with an opportunity to give us some commentary on his, and maybe even provide us with whatever his commentary would be tonight, so that we at least have that and staff has that as this matter proceeds forward. And if there's an opportunity at some future point, he could address us, maybe at the bylaw stage as an example. Is that?
Yes, if I could reach out to him tomorrow and ask him to send us further information. I do have it right here, but more specifically what he was going to speak to tonight. And then I can circulate that to council.
And staff.
And staff, yes.
Okay, I think that's what we're going to have to do unless there's a last ditch effort here by Mr. Laidlaw to break into the meeting. Okay, I think we're going to move on. And so we're at 7:31 right now. I'm inclined to try to get through the consent agenda before we take a break. Is everybody okay with that? Okay. So we're going to move then to the consent agenda. Are there any items that anyone wishes removed from the package? If not, then I don't know how this is going to work. Councillor Lubberts, I've got you down as having the resolution for the consent agenda. Are you able to do that?
Yeah, I'll need a seconder. That's resolution 3.
That's resolution number 3. And for a seconder, you have Councillor McDermott.
All right, yeah, I'm in.
Okay, so do you want to read? Do you have the resolution in front of you?
Yeah.
Please proceed.
Yeah, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott that council approves the consent agenda items as recommended.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments with respect to any of the items? Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I have a few questions. The first one is correspondence A from the City of St. Catharines Living Wage Certification Application. And I'm just wondering if their plan is to extend that philosophy to the procurement of services to those who, through the bidding process.
I don't know, and I don't know that that was part of the information. Was it, Ms. Schofield?
No, the only correspondence we have is what's on the agenda. And I believe it was a direction to submit an application.
And I'm just wondering what exactly that application is going to say. Like I'm all for the living wage. And I was just wondering if they were going to, whether their intent is then to request from those who provide services to also provide their employees with living wage. That's just a comment then, if there's no answer.
Well, through you, your worship, what I could do tomorrow is reach out to City St. Catharines and ask them if they can provide me with whatever background they have, and I can forward it on to members of council, if that's helpful.
Well, there is some material attached to the, there is a report attached to the resolution. But it looks to me like it's, at this stage of the game, it's the city of St. Catharines.
It is a city of St. Catharines.
Yeah.
They're asking, I just have a question.
So if you were to solicit further information, Ms. Schofield, I presume that we would have to, or that we would defer this?
Your worship, I wouldn't suggest defer it. We're only receiving it. We're not being asked to support.
Okay. Councillor Noyes?
Yes, thank you for that. Also F, under correspondence regarding the cannabis. Again, it's for receive and support. The Cannabis Licensing Enforcing Cannabis Act, Bill C-45. Now, again, reading what they provided to us, this is, I think, if it's not the fourth time we have received similar requests from different municipalities, basically outlining that, you know, there's not very good communication between the municipalities and the province and the cannabis, you know, regulations and things like that, that we're not being told who has licenses, who doesn't have licenses, and also that there's a lack of enforcement. So I'm just wanting to bring that, this is now, I think, number 4 that we've received, and I don't think there's been any change that I have heard to improve the situation. We supported not that long ago the Niagara Regional Police expressing similar concerns. And then the CAO report 06-2021 about the next one about the 2 doctors. I just want to congratulate again Joanne, who's no longer with us, in acquiring more physicians for us. But I am hoping that our new health and wellness coordinator will be able to find someone for Stevensville and Black Creek, because we really need one down here. And the next one is FES 04-2021, the year-end report from the Fort Erie Fire Department, including emergency management. I was quite impressed. I wanted to give congratulations to all the milestones that were reached through the training and education in such a difficult year. And I think it was really impressive, the number of hours and the number of certifications and qualifications of your other firefighters. So I just wanted to congratulate you. Mr.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Noyes?
No. Nope.
Any other councillors? Councillor Butler and then Councillor Dubanow.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just with respect to CAO 07-2021, is it part of our policy to grant funds for individual doctors that are already with the community for a move?
Mr. Cookett and I have had some discussion about that, so I'm sure this question isn't unexpected. Mr. Cookett.
Through your worship to the councillor, we have done this before in the past. We recently did this with 238 Bertie Street. We did some renovations there as well. That allowed us to recruit another doctor. The space that was there was not appropriate, needed some upgrading, and as part of that, we asked for an accessible washroom to be installed. So this is not uncommon. It's part of it does fall within our policy to provide funding to do renovations. Our thinking here is at some point, Dr. Kim will retire, and it will help us recruit a replacement for Dr. Kim, because there'll be an office set up and ready to go with everything that it needs.
Councillor Butler.
Thank you.
Did you have any further questions, Councillor Butler, on this or any other report? Okay. Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And just a quick comment about item H, the proclamation of World Autism Awareness Day on April 2nd, 2021. This is a very important issue. It affects many families all across Fort Erie, including my own. It's good to see more discussion and more talking about this. Certainly not something that I would ever consider a disease or a disorder. It's just a different way of thinking. And the more that we discuss it, the more that we can actually ensure that our community and everything that we do is able to work best for individuals who, as we say, are not neurotypical. So I'm very happy to see this there, and I'm looking forward to seeing the flag flying at Town Hall, Your Worship. Thank you.
No, Councillor Dubanow, that's going to happen the morning of April the 6th. You're more than welcome to come out. We just have to socially distance.
I think I may, Your Worship. Thank you.
Perfect. Bring a mask too. We're just trying to be careful. Councillor Zanko.
Sorry, Your Worship, I was trying to get your attention because I did declare a conflict with item CAO 07-2021, so that will have to be separate.
I'm sorry. You know what? I was looking through. I knew that I was missing something, and you've just pointed it out. So we're going to have to deal with that item separately, which we will do. Thank you for bringing that to my attention again. And I apologize for missing.
Mayor Redekop?
Yes, Councillor Lubberts.
Yeah, well, will I have to change my motion to save and accept for that?
That's right.
Yeah, all right. So I'll make an amendment to the motion to remove CAO 07-2021.
Okay, perfect. Seconder is in agreement with that, Councillor McDermott? Yep. Okay. Any other questions or comments with respect to the items? So, Mr. Cook, just to go back to CAO 07-2021, are we assured that the office and the washrooms in the office, when it's renovated, will be accessible?
We will make sure, Mayor, when they do submit their building permit, that those washrooms will be accessible, both staff and for the patients.
And when we allocated a grant to 238 Birdie, we did request, I believe, invoices to show the amount of work that had been done, et cetera. And will we be doing that as well with Dr. Kim's renovations if this resolution passes?
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay. I did also want to congratulate the fire service. I know that it's, looking at the report, it's apparent that our volunteer fire suppressant team is every bit as skilled and talented as the professional firefighters. So we're appreciative of that. And with respect to, there's one other report I had a question on. It had to do with PDS 26-2021, which is the Bridgeview townhouses. Has the issue with respect to waste collection been resolved? Are they going to qualify for waste collection on that back street, or are they going to have to bring all of their waste and recyclables out to Albany Road? Would you know that, Ms. Dolch?
I will have to look into that a bit further. I know we deal with that as part of when we get to the site plan stage as well. We'll start to deal with those details. In terms
Great.
of
Okay, thank you. If there are no other questions, then I'll call the question on the consent agenda as amended. All those in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. So then Councillor Lubberts, could you do the resolution for CAO 07-2021? Councillor McDermott, I presume, will second that as well. Yes?
Yeah, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott that council approves consent agenda item number CAO 07-2021 as recommended.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments on that? All those in favor?
Aye.
That is carried. So it's now 7:42. I think before we get into the balance of the agenda, we'll take a 10-minute recess. And then when we come back, we'll be starting with the animal welfare report. So we'll come back at 7:52. Bye, Tom. Okay, it's 7:52 and see most of the councillors. So I'll call this meeting back into session. And I should have mentioned at the beginning of the meeting during the announcements, it is now 1 year, 1 full year since we've been doing meetings by Zoom. And I'm just sorry to say that. I'm hoping that it doesn't become 2 years. I'm sure that it won't. In any event, we now are back at the agenda, and the next report is the Animal Welfare Protection and Control Bylaw. That had been moved by Councillor Butler, seconded by Councillor McDermott on February the 22nd. So it is now on the floor for discussion or comments or questions. I'm seeing an unfamiliar face. I'm going to presume that's either the lawyer or the veterinarian, but I'm going to guess lawyer.
Good evening, Your Worship. Good evening, councillors. Good evening, town staff and members of the public.
Hi, Ms. Friedman. So you're here to respond to any questions that councillors may have that shift into the legal aspect of the draft bylaw that you have crafted?
Yes, exactly. And I'm also happy to address some of the questions that arose from the excellent presentation by World Animal Protection. I know there were a few outstanding questions. I have some former colleagues from the SPCA, and I reached out to her while I was following along, and I received answers to some of those questions. So I'm happy to either address those now or after the review of the bylaw.
I think what we'll do is we'll let councillors ask questions in general, and if they have questions that you can answer or that relate to the delegations or that relate to the bylaw and some member of staff can answer, we'll see where we go from there. Okay. Great. All right. So the bylaws, the report is on the floor. Questions or comments?
Mayor Redekop.
Okay, start with you, Councillor Lubberts, and then we'll go to Councillor Zanko.
Yeah, so are we dealing with the options first?
When was it put on the floor?
Yeah, we should. Yeah, so yeah, that was something that should have been done. We should be dealing with the options. I guess the first one has to do with the licensing of cats, and then that has an impact on the second blank space if there's an option chosen. So did you have a third option, Councillor Lubberts?
No, I would like to put option 3 on the floor though.
Okay. And option 3 is?
Implement a voluntary one-time $20 licensing fee.
Okay.
And if I could go further.
Well, before we do that, Madam Clerk, we need a seconder for that since we're in a regular council meeting.
Yes, we do. And I would suggest that you move the first recommendation as well as the second one with number 3 inserted.
Okay, so if we get a seconder, is there a seconder for Councillor Lubberts' selection of option 3? I'm seeing no hand. Oh, Councillor McDermott, you're prepared to second that? Okay. So that would be in both the blank spots then.
Okay, so can we speak on it?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, so thank you very much. The reason I brought up option 3, speaking with the SPCA, they already have a voluntary program for licensing, and I believe that they also have a database that they're working on with cats. So that's something that, you know, as we move forward, that database will already be available for the town.
Okay. Is there anything further on that?
No, that's fine.
Okay. Do you have any other comments or any other questions with respect to the bylaw, the report in general? Councillor Lubberts?
Yeah, just the report as it is. I received an email this afternoon about around 5 o'clock and from Mr. Chudova, and he responded to the questions and concerns that I had in an email that I sent at the end of February. But I really didn't have time to go over all his comments. But in particular, I just want to verify that what we are going to be doing if we receive this report is there's nothing that we are going to do that's going to be duplicating what PAWS is going to be doing.
Mr. Chidoba, can you respond to that? You're on mute.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to the councillor. There, for the most part, we are not duplicating what PAWS is doing, as the report addresses that there are certain things that they do that our lawyer has identified as ultra vires, and she can speak to that further if necessary. But ultimately, there are some services that will the bylaw puts through as complementary to what PAWS already has in place. But for the most part, in terms of duplication, mostly would lie along the standards of care. That goes in line with the council's request to go with the 5 animal freedoms and so forth. So that's primarily where you would find an overlap. Everything else, for the most part, some complementary aside.
Councillor Lubberts?
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, getting to the 5 freedoms, is that something that the successful bidder is going to be enforcing, because that falls under themselves as well? So, or is that something that's going to be just handled by PAWS?
Mr. Chidoba?
Because whoever is successful at bidding and taking over the animal control, they won't be able to police themselves. So if there's something that's not being done right as far as the 5 freedoms, then animal welfare is going to have to take over. So I'm just wondering how are we going to implement that?
Mr. Chidoba, you have some comments on that?
Sure. Through you, Your Worship, to the councillor. For the most part, the animal freedoms and taking standards of care, looking directly at that, with that would be dealt with either through enforcement provisions as well. So if a standard of care related to the 5 freedoms isn't provided and adhered to, then a standard enforcement practice would follow through, whether that be through ANSOR, provincial offense charge, and so forth, for not adhering to what the standard is indicated in the animal bylaw.
Yes, but if it's not adhered to by the people that are enforcing the bylaw, how does it get reported, and how does the general public know to that? Let's say it's the SPCA. You can't notify the SPCA that they're doing something wrong. How are we going to make sure that if it's the SPCA or any other organization that's not giving the 5 freedoms properly, that the general public knows which agency to contact for enforcement? How are we going to do that?
Mr. Chidoba, have you considered that?
Through you, Your Worship, to the councillor, yes, that is part of it, but that would be managed as any contractor management. In that regard, that's what would be dealt with for the most part.
So if we received a complaint, we would do an investigation, or we would look into it, and if necessary, we would bring pause into it. Is that the deal?
Exactly, Your Worship. They would go that way, and also with that, they, as being contracted by the town, they would be accountable for that as well. But that will also come in part 2 of this, when we complete the animal control services agreement, which we can't proceed until we complete this portion, Your Worship.
Okay, Councillor Lubberts?
Yeah, just one last question. I can't remember if it was the bylaw or the report itself, but I think it was in the report where there was some talk about it would be difficult to find somebody in the Niagara region that could bid on it because they wouldn't be able to enforce it because of the way it was written. Have we taken that away and made it so that anybody can bid on it?
So I don't know whether that should go to maybe you, Mr. CAO.
Well, I can enlighten you a little bit on where the region is headed. As we had spoke earlier today, Mayor, is the region CAOs as part of their discussions in the last 12, 14 months about shared services, is they're looking at maybe providing a shared service agreement for the procuring of animal welfare and animal control. So what I have told them at this point is we have 1 year left on our contract. We would be willing to piggyback on that contract or procurement if it included everything that came out of the results of these discussions, so that they would have to ensure that they could provide the services that we are requesting. I hope that answers the question.
Councillor Lubberts?
Yeah, because my concern is that we've got something here that the average organization that would handle something like this, right, whether it's a humane society or an SPCA, they can't bid on it because they can't, and they don't have they wouldn't be able to get the authority to enforce it. I don't want that to happen. So when we put it out to tender, that they come back and say, well, we can't bid on this, you know, because of the way your rules are stated. And I just want to make sure that we're avoiding that. And if I can get assurance that that's not going to happen, then I'm fine. But if we have to wait to hear from the region first, I mean, or whoever it is that we got to hear from and how we're going to piggyback, then I think we need to make those arrangements first before we put it out to tender.
Mr. Cook, any further comment?
Yeah, the tendering of the procurement, and I should be clear, it's not through the region, it's a collaboration of municipalities that would, whoever is willing to join in can join in on this procurement. They'll be ahead of us on this, but what I would like to do is provide them with the information of how we would like the services provided to us. If they're not willing to do that in their procurement, then we'll do our own thing come a year from now.
Councillor Lubberts?
Yeah, it's still not 100% clear, but I can live with that.
Good. Anything further?
No.
Councillor Zanko? I think you had your hand up, did you not?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And you're probably going to have to cut me off at some point because I do have several questions. I'm happy to give up the floor when you would like. But my first question is, just so I'm understanding it correctly, this is a draft report, so any of the comments and perhaps suggestions will be considered, and then a final report will come back to council. Is that correct?
Well, you know, that's not clear because we're receiving the draft animal bylaw, which is the report, but then the third substantive paragraph is that we're approving the draft animal bylaw. So, Madam Clerk, how did you envisage this proceeding?
I envisioned this proceeding in the manner that if council approves the third recommendation, the draft animal bylaw attached as Appendix 1, as it's written, then the bylaw will come forward that way unless council makes amendments to it this evening or possibly postpones it for further information to come forward.
Okay. Does that help, Councillor Zanko?
Yes, it does, but it sounds like perhaps I'm going to have to make a bunch of amendments, but I'll wait until the end for that. My other question is, and actually similar to what Councillor Lubberts had mentioned, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding this. So we're going to be rewriting what the pound keeper qualifications must have, because I think this is a great report, by the way, and I did fail to say that, but a lot of the requirements that we have in here, our current provider wouldn't even be able to provide because they wouldn't meet that criteria. So I'm wondering if the plan is after we accept this, then we're going to look at, you know, the new animal control services requirements. Am I understanding it right?
Yeah, that's a good question. Mr. Chidobe, maybe you've got the best handle on this.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. This for the most part is constructed to a point where the pound keeper would be able to administer a good portion of this bylaw, if not all of it. That's why provisions were also included for enforcement measures. So in those sections, it spells out enforcement powers and authorities of an appointed MLEO, which would come from the council and the clerk. Ultimately, those aren't required to be in the bylaw, but they're there just to provide additional guidance for those that are charged with the administering this bylaw, if that be a contractor, and getting the duties of pound keeper.
Councillor Zanko.
Okay, so I guess maybe if it's okay, Your Worship, I'll go through my questions now.
Yeah, please do.
So my first question is for you, Your Worship. Who is the licensing agent? I mean, I'm seeing pound keeper and licensing agent. Are they two separate parties, or?
I think for our purposes, and I'm going to hand this over to Ms. Friedman, but I believe that they're the same entity. Whoever we provide authority to license, I presume is going to be also the pound keeper for the municipality. But Ms. Friedman, you're very familiar with this draft bylaw.
Thank you, Your Worship. There are two options, and that's why there are two individuals or titles indicated. That if you wanted to have a separate license agent as well as a pound keeper, it depends on how the municipality wants to move forward. If they are going to be the same person, then my recommendation would be to eliminate one of the titles.
Okay. So on page 16 of the report, with regard and item 5, there's a point that says the license agent is only authorized to issue kennel licenses to the applicants.
Which paragraph is that?
5.
Paragraph 5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And so the reason that that is drafted in that way is that my impression, based on the draft that I had and the bylaw that I read in the first place, is that those were completely separate individuals, and the license agent has specific authorities, and those are distinct from the pound keeper. I know with other municipalities, there's a particular individual who works at the town with the name license agent, and that's different. Again, if you want this to be encompassed under one title or one role within the municipality or outside of the municipality, if you choose to go that route, then that needs to be revised so that there's consistency throughout the document, that the pound keeper has all of those responsibilities, the license agent has both of those responsibilities, or there's distinct responsibilities if there are two people carrying out those roles or two entities carrying out those roles.
Okay. Because I almost think that we would have to, because I mean, if we look at our current situation, the SPCA, our current provider, they also have a kennel and a humane society. So I guess I'm confused as to how that wouldn't be a conflict if they're the only ones that have the authority to issue a kennel license to another party.
Can you clarify why you're seeing that as a conflict?
Well, I'm thinking if another organization came forward and let's say they wanted to have a rescue, just say another organization came forward and wanted to open up a rescue in Fort Erie. And I could be, maybe I'm not understanding this correctly, but the way I'm reading this is the current pound keeper would be the only authority to license the other humane shelter or rescue shelter. Or am I not understanding that correctly?
So kennel is defined here, and that wouldn't be a conflict in my view. You've now added rescue, and Ms. Friedman, I don't know whether you see a conflict there. A rescue entity isn't defined unless it's rehabilitation center.
You mean if the rescue has been specifically defined within this bylaw, or whether that there's a conflict within those two entities?
No, I think the concern that Councillor Zanko is raising is that whoever's the licensing agent or authority is asked to issue a kennel license, well, that's a defined entity, and that wouldn't be the same as the pound. The rescue facility, which isn't defined, I don't know what kind of license it would receive unless it also receives a kennel license. The closest thing would be a rehabilitation center. But again, that would be distinct from the pound, correct?
Yes, absolutely. And that's an example of something in favor of creating two entirely distinct roles. And that's how it's drafted right now, where you have a licensed agent who has certain authorities and certain responsibilities to issue specific types of licenses and other type of conduct. And then you have the pound keeper. And so if you keep them distinct, then you avoid the conflicts that you're raising.
Okay, that makes more sense to me. Thank you. So my next question, and to Mr. Chidoba's earlier point, on page 17, under the kennel operations, there's a number of criterias. And number H, it says all droppings, soiled bedding, and waste from which odor might arise are promptly removed as some of the other requirements. But I think that unless our pound keeper has a 24-hour facility, I'm not sure how they could ensure that that's properly addressed. So I guess that's where I'm wondering if we might be looking at, in the new contract, ensuring that, the hours are of a certain time frame to ensure that animals, are not kept in soil bedding or waste. I guess that's my concern.
That's absolutely correct, and it has to be consistent. And this is one of the issues that was raised by Dr. Heinrich as the veterinarian who was reviewing the draft bylaw. And that was a concern in terms of welfare, that animals should not be forced to be in an environment where it's not clean and it's not done in a prompt way. So it's a matter of the definition of prompt. It will have to be reasonable. And so that's where you have some discretion in terms of the operating hours of the facility.
Okay.
Go ahead, Councillor Zanko.
Thank you. So, and then I'm sorry, I'm going to page 21 of the report of under item 10, animal impoundment. Under item 2, it says if a town resident impounds an animal running at large, the resident shall notify the clerk and arrange for delivery or pickup from the pound keeper within 2 days. Is that maybe a misprint? Because I guess my concern would be the clerk's not available during weekends, or what would happen in that case? Why would a resident contact the clerk and not the pound keeper directly?
Mr. Chidova?
Through you, Your Worship, to the councillor. That is a correction that will have to be made.
Okay.
Okay, and that's, which paragraph is that again?
2. Under 10, item 2.
And sub 2, okay.
And then on page 22, under item 7, it says that if an animal is not claimed by its owner within a prescribed redemption period, the pound keeper is deemed to be the owner and may sell, dispose of, or have a veterinarian or authorized person who is trained by a veterinarian in euthanization for the unclaimed animal. I'm wondering if throughout this report, and I don't know if I'm just being picky, but I'm wondering if we could not use kill or destroy, if we could just use euthanization. It just, when I see destroy through it, I don't know, it doesn't sit well with me. But that, so item 7, I don't know, it makes me concerned. I guess I should say it makes me concerned that if the animal is not claimed, then it could be euthanized. I don't know, is it just the wording of it that's not, I guess I need some clarification on item 7 if I could.
Looking at sub 10.7.
Yes.
Okay. So
page 22 of it.
Yeah, Ms. Friedman, if you could comment on that. I don't see the word destroy in that
or kill
paragraph.
Sorry, dispose of.
Okay. Well,
to
dispose of doesn't.
the reason that dispose of is there, and I think this addresses another question that someone had in terms of what does nature of disposition mean, is dispose of is a broader term that would encompass euthanasia, sale, or an owner coming forward again to redeem their animal. And so that's why the word dispose is used. And that's a frequently used word in many of the bylaws of different municipalities, so that it has a broader meaning.
Okay. And then right underneath item 8, it makes mention that if an animal is received, that the pound keeper shall make at least one reasonable attempt to contact the owner prior to selling or otherwise disposing of the animal. I guess my concern is why only one? I don't think that is a reasonable amount of attempts personally.
That was actually amended because originally it said one attempt, and I inserted the word reasonable because a lot of municipal bylaws refer to one attempt, and something that I've come across fairly frequently is what actually is one attempt. From one person to the next, an attempt will be different. And what has often happened is it's actually not a reasonable attempt. So if they called and let the phone ring 5 times and their voicemail actually doesn't pick up on their setting till 8 rings, that was their attempt. Whereas another person would leave a voicemail and explain the situation or try to attend and provide a document to explain to them what's happened given the serious nature of the implications of not responding. And so I think putting in the word reasonable makes it clear that whoever is doing it actually has to do something that the average person would recognize as an attempt, a genuine, sincere attempt to actually reach that person, and for that to actually stand up if a hearing was held in terms of inappropriate conduct. Or
Councillor Zanko, Councillor Zanko, I'm going to let you finish on this point, and then I'm going to ask if there are any other councillors. You've had 16 minutes so far.
Okay.
But I do want you to finish off this point if you wanted to comment back to.
Yes, just to this point, could we not change that to specify what the attempts would be?
The tricky part about that is I think you're shackling the municipality because it's very difficult to come up with an absolutely exhaustive list, and things change on a case-by-case basis in terms of the ability to reach somebody. I wouldn't necessarily restrict what the attempt means because you may find that you develop a list and you've forgotten something, and a person will say, well, why didn't you try this way? I think you have more flexibility by saying a reasonable attempt. If there is a concern about attempt, perhaps something to consider is to make it 2 attempts.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship. I will hand the floor up to someone else.
Okay, I'm assuming that someone else, Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I would agree with Councillor Zanko in that I would like to see it amended to have 2 attempts as opposed to 1 reasonable attempt to 2 reasonable attempts. And I do see that the person whose dog is impounded does have 4 days before they, that they have a time frame there that they can pick up the dog within 4 days. So there is a time frame there. I want to go back to the cat option. I'm wondering that we have, I think, option 3 on the floor, which to me is basically you're kind of charging the people who are already reporting their cats. So I don't see what the advantage would be if it's voluntary. And according to Councillor Lubberts, people are already voluntarily doing this, but now we're going to charge them $20. So I would rather see option 2, which makes the registering of the that a license is mandatory, but there's no fee. I think that would capture what I hear the complaints of, the cats running around and no accountability on the owner. And there's a lot of feral cats that don't have any owners, and I give that. So I can't support option 3. For that reason, I don't know why we would be fining those who are voluntarily doing it and not doing any with the ones that aren't. We're saying, if you're going to do it, it's going to now cost you money. I think we're defeating ourselves on that one. And I really appreciate all the comments made by Councillor Zanko, because I had some of the same questions. And I think she pretty much asked all my questions. So that's it. I just can't support number 3. I'd rather support number 2.
Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship. I had submitted a list of questions too, and that's what Jennifer was commenting on. The disposition was one of the questions that I had asked. So thank you for answering that and clarifying. But I wanted to take you to page 3 where it talks basically about our meetings in the past, and where it further goes into the MLEOs. So the enforcement officers, just for people that are listening out there. What I'd like to find out is, I'm kind of agreeing with what has been said in response to Councillor Zanko's questions. Like, I do like the fact that we would keep it separate licensing from the pound keeper, but I also really like the idea of having the enforcement officers as part of the town team. And what does that look like? Because in my mind, I'm thinking we can have the enforcement officers and the licensing done right at the town of Fort Erie, and then just contract out the bedding portion of it, the housing portion of the animals to, and that opens it up to a number of people, I think, a number of organizations. So I think that would be my ideal position on this, but I'm just wondering, how many municipalities do you know of that currently do that? And is that, I'd kind of like to see a report where I think it's financially feasible, but maybe.
Mr. Chidoba, do you know that, Mr. Chidoba? I'll ask you first, and then Ms. Friedman may also know.
Through you, your worship, to the councillor. There are some examples out there of municipalities that are doing it. For the most part, they're larger municipalities. I know that Port Colborne was looking into this in 2017 and put a report to council as well, that they were looking at dichotomizing that service. But the closest one to here that I'm aware of is Hamilton, where they strictly do the enforcement, and then they deliver the animals to their contractor, who also work out of the same building in their example.
Yeah, to me, it makes sense to have the 2 enforcement officers. Look, we're spending $150,000 towards that currently. That could be taken back in-house. You still are making money off of the tags, which somebody mentioned $190,000 was the approximate estimate of the intake. So that leaves quite a bit of money on the table for shelter services. I also believe in our municipality, if we brought that in-house, that would give your department the freedom to utilize those officers for other purposes when they're not busy with animal control and animal bylaw services. Is that, am I correct in thinking that?
So I'm going to ask Mr. Cookett to chime in here. You've got a bit more understanding of the workflow and the workforce.
Sorry for that. Yes, as Paul, as Mr. Chidoba has indicated, we're looking at 2 enforcement officers, and then all that goes with that as far as office space, vehicles. I don't know if he has a handle on those costs, but it would be something that we would consider. And I think, currently our bylaw officers are overwhelmed with work, and we're looking at having 2 students this summer to help with that. To bring on this additional work, we would definitely need 2 officers full-time just to address this issue. I don't think, and Paul can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think they'd be available to help with any of the other bylaw enforcements that or works responsibilities that they do. So we would have to do, I think, a breakdown of the costing, and then offset that with the revenues generated to see if it would be of value to the corporation. That's something I think Paul's looked at generally, speaking, and looked at some preliminary costs, but I think we would need some further details on that. Paul, I don't know if you'd like to add to that.
Through your worship, no, it's Tom pretty much hit the nail on the head with most of that there. That's fairly accurate representation. The only thing that we are unaware, though, at this point is what the call volumes and call service will look like overall in addition to that, as that's a service we haven't provided before. So we wouldn't have those measurables. We'd be relying on the previous contracts to verify that information.
Well, and that's my question is that how do you know? How do you know that these two are going to be busy the whole time that they're going to be employed just in that angle of it? And it seems to me that we could certainly utilize these individuals when they're not busy for things like short-term rental applications and enforcement rather, and other things that may come up. I'm not sold on the fact that Fort Erie is that busy where 2 enforcement officers are going to be busy enough to do this, especially knowing that at times the past enforcement officers were doing other things as well. So I don't know that I agree with it. What I would like to see, though, is a report that comes forward as part of this to kind of outline what the costs would be and what the benefits would be to having it in-house. I'd like to see that happen. The other thing that was kind of discussed was DocuPet, and I think that that would be an important move for us because it actually has a very automated and robust, transparent system where it has a reminder fulfillment system, and it actually reminds you to renew and automatically renews, but it also has a 24/7 lost pet service. And what that means is that if your pet is lost and it's captured by the Humane Society, or the contractor rather, you can actually go on DocuPet and tell them that your dog needs medication, and so you need to make arrangements to do that when they're closed. So it gives a little bit more flexibility. I'd like to see us hook up with that as well. Those are basically it for now. I'm going to save my other ones for after everybody's spoken.
Anyone else? So Councillor McDermott, you haven't spoken yet. So you're next.
I just put up my hand.
Yep.
Am I good?
Yep.
Okay, so I guess my biggest concern is what we were just talking about, is how we, if it was to move to the town, how this would affect us, and would it be a good idea? I'm not convinced at this point, because I haven't really seen any facts or figures. So, I mean, as much as we like to move this report along, I really have to kind of look at that to see if that's really going to work for us. That's my main concern. That's all I got, Your Worship.
Okay. So then everybody else had their hands up just before Councillor McDermott. So I'm going to go back. We'll go back around the horn again, and we'll go back to you, Councillor Zanko.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a comment to Councillor McDermott. I think that, I agree. I think I'd be interested to see some sort of report with figures as well, but I don't necessarily think that that would impact the animal bylaw personally. Anyway, my question is, sorry, moving along to page 27, with regard to the tethering of animals, item A, it says a tether or a chain, rope, or similar device of less than 3 meters in length. I'm wondering is that a typo? I mean, it's less than 3 meters in length seems a very small area to me. I just wondered if it should be.
So that's subsection 16 something? 16.
Page 27 of the report, item A, and it is under 16, yes.
Ms. Friedman.
Thank you. That's not a typo. That is an inclusion that was recommended by Dr. Heinrich, the veterinarian who reviewed the bylaw, and her concern in particular relating to that provision is a strangulation concern for something that's longer.
Okay. And further to that, I know it does say that animals can't be tethered unsupervised. I just wondered, I did look into it, and I think there was another municipality, I believe maybe it was Toronto, that had a time frame as far as how long you could tether an animal. And I just wondered what your thoughts were on that.
So who would you like to answer that? Is that, we're going to Ms. Friedman?
Ms. Friedman, please. I guess the question is, should there be a time frame on how long an animal can be tethered?
If we go to the tethering section, I believe there is a 1 hour provision. Sorry, bear with me for a moment.
There's a reference to 30 minutes further down in the bylaw with respect to dogs living outside for more than 30 minutes or being left outside for more than 30 minutes. But I don't know if there was anything about tethering, but I presume that it would have been included in that.
Yes, if I may, Your Worship, subsection 16F, if on a tether cannot be unsupervised for more than an hour.
Are you looking at 16F on page? You're looking at 16F? Because that's not what mine says. Mine just says is not, it just says is not supervised on a tether. Is not unsupervised on a tether. Doesn't make reference to a time frame.
Okay, if I can just pull up what I have here. I'm not sure, and I'll defer to Mr. Chidoba, but the draft that I sent, I'm not sure if there were any subsequent revisions to that one, or we are working with the February 2nd version.
Through you, Your Worship. At this point, what I'm looking at here, I have the same copy that the council does as well, and it looks like there might have been an omission of the 1 hour there. So it is missing.
So are there other changes that would have been included in the most recent update that we don't, as a council, have?
Yeah, there shouldn't have been. The lawyer's draft was the last one that was brought forward to this council.
I get that, and the lawyer's looking at something different than what we have. So my question is, Ms. Friedman, were there other changes that you would have made that you have on your draft bylaw that we may not have? You're on mute, but you're smiling, so I'm guessing you're saying you don't know.
I haven't taken a fine-tooth comb to the current version, but it was my understanding that the version presented from myself and Dr. Heinrich is the current version. And with respect to this particular provision on tethering, it was my recommendation through Dr. Heinrich with respect to tethering that as the councillor aptly indicated, there should be some time frame, and that time frame we had recommended would be unsupervised for no more than 1 hour, which gives residents the ability to tether, to leave for a confined period of time, as opposed to the extremely restrictive option of tethering with supervision at all times.
Right. So my question before I go back to Councillor Zanko is, were there other changes made in the draft bylaw that maybe we don't have before us?
And I guess I would have to defer to Mr. Chidoba on that, because as far as I know, this was in the provision, and maybe Mr. Chidoba and I could speak about this offline, or defer this question. I'm not sure how, Your Worship, you'd like to address this.
Well, we're not going to address it yet. We're going to just keep plowing through here and see how far we get. But I want to make sure that when we vote on adopting a draft bylaw, that we know what's in the draft bylaw. So we'll come to that later on. There may, I don't know what's in your version. It's not in ours, but we know of one thing. So Councillor Zanko, I'm going to give the floor back to you because your questions have been very good and have been very helpful.
I do see that Ms. Dolch has her hand up, so she might have an answer to that question.
She has both versions. Ms. Dolch.
Through you, Your Worship. I'm going to actually, Paul's going to send me Jennifer's document just to compare the two documents quickly while you continue on in your discussions, and I'll double check that there isn't anything missing.
Well, by any chance, does one of you have a red line version that would highlight changes that were made?
Yes, that's, I believe, what Mr. Chidoba has from Ms. Friedman. So we'll look at that and get back to you.
Okay, well, that's fine. You can do that then while Councillor Zanko continues on.
And I am going to wrap this up very quickly. So I do appreciate your patience with me, Your Worship. I have one last question and then possibly an amendment. But my question is, from my understanding, we don't allow people to have exotic animals. And I know some of the delegations earlier, there was some concern around that. Am I not understanding that? Do we in fact allow exotic animals?
You're talking about currently?
Currently.
Right. Mr. Chidoba, do you know that?
Through Your Worship to the Councillor, as far as it stands, we have an exotic animal bylaw that exists already, which prohibits them. And our current bylaw is a reflection of that with some additions.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear on that. That's the way I understood it.
So just before you leave, I don't think that's very clear at all. Currently, we prohibit them. This new draft bylaw would permit them in certain circumstances other than where they're probably currently permitted, which would be the defined items in Schedule B. So this is actually permitting more what are defined as exotic animals than we currently permit. Is that not the case?
Through to Your Worship, at this point, it's additional. Some additional exotic animals have been added, which are prohibited, in addition to what we currently have. Not a fairly lengthy list. I can use examples of mink or foxes weren't part of our original exotic animal bylaw, but now have been addition.
Okay, so as an example, and Ms. Hammers made reference to this, Section 23(2)D dealt with non-venomous snakes, lizards, insects, turtles, etc., in an escape-proof enclosure. We permit that now? I see, Ms. Friedman, you're shaking your head yes in the affirmative.
As far as I know, you do. Mr. Chidoba, are you in agreement with that?
Yes, that's correct, Your Worship. So with those parameters, yes, they are permitted.
Okay, so they're not, so exotic animals are not entirely prohibited in Fort Erie other than the locations referred to in Schedule B. That's, so they're mostly prohibited except in defined situations. All right, so
Yes.
does that, Councillor Zanko, maybe it's clearer to you than it is to me, but I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, and that's okay. I just understand it as being mostly prohibited, and I wanted to be sure that that is still the case. And it sounds like it is. There's been a couple additions to the prohibited listing.
I think for ease of reference, if you turn your attention to section 23.2 and 23.3. 23.2 enumerates the different exemptions for exotics.
Okay.
And it's a confined list. And I know there was an issue raised in the previous presentation by World Animal Protection about 23.2 D and F not necessarily being in the appropriate spot. And it's my perspective that they are in the appropriate spot, that they ought to be included in that list, because that's the list that specifically sets out for anybody who's reading the bylaw and trying to interpret it where the exemptions are. And that list references Schedule A, which is the specific species and the species classifications, as well as Schedule B, which enumerates the venues where exotics are permitted.
Okay.
Councillor Zanko, did you have any further questions?
I do have one, but I've seen Mr. Chidoba had his hand up as well. So I wondered if maybe you could allow him to.
For sure. Mr. Chidoba?
Your Worship, just to clarify the matter on the tethering, I do have an answer for that. So the portion of the 1 hour was removed based on the advice provided by the vet, who said that the animal shouldn't be unsupervised on the tether at all. So that was removed from the draft is as it is now.
So okay. All right. So then in fact, what we have is what you have. You just forgot to mention it to the lawyer.
My apologies, and this is not the fault of Mr. Chidoba. There were two versions that were delivered to the town on February 2nd. One with my revisions and one with some additional revisions from the veterinarian. And there was a discussion about that 1 hour, and I wasn't sure which the town decided to do, whether to have the 1 hour provision or not to have the 1 hour. So when I was referring to it, it was my version. And so that becomes a question now for the town to make a decision, whether you want to give residents the ability to tether for a specific period of time unsupervised, or to not tether at all unsupervised. And so the veterinarian's perspective, purely from an animal welfare concern because of potential strangulation, if they are unsupervised, is to not have any unsupervised tethering, whereas a provision that is reflective in a lot of the other municipal bylaws is to have a short period of time, either 30 minutes or 1 hour of tethering.
Councillor Zanko?
Okay. And lastly, with regard to euthanization, and obviously it's mentioned throughout this report, and there's item under item 14, it's, you know, it's itemized, and I guess specific situations are shown. But what I would like to see, and if I need to propose an amendment, is I would like to see the inclusion that euthanization can only be performed by a board registered vet tech or vet. And I would like to get your thoughts on that, Ms. Friedman, if I could. I know, you know, I have looked into the board registered vet tech, and it seems that they're very qualified to perform that type of procedure. They do have quite a bit of training. Any thoughts around that?
Ms. Friedman?
Thank you. That's an important point you raise, and it's something that Dr. Heinrich and I talked about, and her serious concern relates to euthanasia and people with due respect who are not qualified to carry out euthanasia, and ensure that it does not involve suffering and that it's rapid. And so her thoughts were to provide training in advance to make sure the people who are permitted at this time to perform euthanasia can do so, and can do so without any concerns on the part of the town. And the other option is what you are suggesting, which is to confine the individuals to whom have the authority to actually perform that euthanasia.
Okay, Your Worship, I would like to make that amendment, that euthanization can only be performed by a board registered vet tech or veterinarian. I'd like to put that on the floor.
Okay, is there a seconder? Councillor Butler? Any further questions or comments on the amendment? And that goes in paragraph 14 someplace.
Well, it is also mentioned throughout the report. So I feel like if it's specified in under 14, then I'm assuming that the remaining portion of the report would also be the criteria.
Yeah, that's if this is what the if the bylaw says that under the section that's specifically devoted to euthanasia, then that would be the rule throughout, wherever euthanasia is referenced. Any further questions, or sorry, Ms. Friedman, you wanted to say something?
Sorry, Your Worship, if I may, just on that point, just to ensure consistency, there is reference to euthanasia, not just within section 14. So we would need to review the bylaw again, just to make sure, because there are references to other individuals who have the authority to perform the euthanasia. So that needs to be done in terms of an amendment as well, to make sure there's no further reference to euthanasia by others that would make it inconsistent now with this amendment.
Okay, so the amendment would be that throughout the bylaw, any reference to a euthanasia would be a procedure done by a qualified vet tech or veterinarian. That's your, yeah.
Well, I think there's a difference between a board registered vet tech and a certified vet tech, from my understanding. And I could be wrong, but.
So there are different types of vet technicians, and that depends on their qualifications, where they got the credential to be a vet tech. And so certainly there have been cases where people are outside of Ontario who become a vet tech. And so it just depends on what the municipality is comfortable with in terms of the expertise of the veterinary technician.
So sorry, Your Worship. So is there a specific wording? I guess my concern is, and I was looking at this over the weekend, and there's an online course that you can do. I believe it's a few weeks, and it does give you a vet tech certification. And then there's actual, there's in-depth schooling that teaches you procedures and how to properly euthanize an animal. That's what I'm looking for as far as a vet tech. Oh, sorry, you're on mute.
That's an excellent point, and exactly what I was suggesting, which is you've got someone who can do it through an online course, and we may question, do they actually have the appropriate credentials to perform it, versus someone who's done a reputable college program to obtain those skills. I can certainly get specific wording for you from the veterinarian to allay any concerns about having somebody perform it who actually isn't properly equipped.
Okay.
That's fine. So is everybody clear on that? So that would be, the wording would be in the draft bylaw when it eventually comes before us for passage. Okay, is there any further questioning or discussion on this particular point? Councillor Noyes?
On the amendment?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So we have to vote on the amendment. There's no further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. You still have the floor, Councillor Zanko.
And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Noyes, I'm going to you then.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I'm just wondering if we were talking about perhaps splitting the revenue, like having the town do licensing and some of the enforcement, and then have a pound keeper doing the pound keeping job and the euthanasia and things like that. I'm wondering if you do that, you're going to split the revenue, that you may actually find that there may not be enough bidders. There may not be enough revenue to split it. So the pound keeper may not be getting enough revenue to provide pound services. I think from what I looked at when they're looking at the breakdown and things, a great deal of the revenue does come from the licensing. And if we take that away from them, I don't know if they're going to have enough revenue to manage a shelter or the pound itself, or catch the get the animals that need to be caught and things. I don't think we were talking about that. We would hire bylaw officers to go and catch animals at large. I don't think that's what we were thinking. And if we were, then I would think that there's a great deal of training that's going to be required and a fair amount of equipment and everything else. So I would not support that. But at this point, I think we're being a bit premature in saying we want to start splitting this. I think we have a good motion on the floor, a good bylaw, a lot of good changes. Let's see how this works out. Let's see if we're going to get where we want, which is good animal care, without really jeopardizing us even having an SPCA in town, because we're just going to basically be splitting the revenue and you won't have any bidders. So but I don't think we're making that decision tonight, right? That's not a decision we're deciding on tonight, whether we're splitting the licensing and the pound keeping.
Mr. Chidova, maybe you could just clarify. So we're moving forward with an animal welfare protection and control bylaw. But before we would go to the market, you mentioned there's something else that we have to do. There's some type of draft agreement that would have to be put together?
Your worship, that would be part of council's direction, was to review the animal control services agreement, which that can't be done until this bylaw gets put in place.
Right. Mr. Cook, did you have any comment on any of this in terms of Councillor Noyes' comments?
Your mayor, to the councillor. The councillor brings up some very good points, and if you did separate them, you would obviously write your RFP or your tender accordingly, and your prices would reflect the lack of revenue generated from licenses. So you'd end up paying more for pound keeping / sheltering.
Councillor Noyes, back to you.
Well, I don't know if I guess my question is, we're not making that decision tonight, whether we're going to be separating the two. Like, we're going to start doing in-house licensing of animals.
We haven't made that decision yet, and it may be a decision that will be foisted onto us at some point.
Okay, so I can support this, and that's not what this is. A very long document, so I want to make sure I'm not missing something in there that says, okay, we're now splitting the We're now splitting it into two different, the town does A and the SPCA or the pound service or the contract service does B. We're not deciding that tonight. That's what I'm understanding. May come in the future, but not now.
That's my understanding.
Okay. I guess I want to go back to the cat. I don't hear anybody commenting on option 1, option 2, option 3, other than myself and Councillor Lubberts, and I'd be interested if we, I guess just vote on Councillor Lubberts, and if we agree, that's fine, and if we don't, we don't. Is that basically it? Because I can support everything. I cannot support option, I think it's an option 3. I
Right.
think you're defeating yourself.
Anything further, Councillor Noyes?
No, nothing further.
Okay. Any other questions, Councillor Butler?
Mayor Redekop.
Sorry, Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, just to go back on the options. What you're looking at is licensing cats, and if you don't have some kind of a voluntary basis on how you're going to do it, like a $20 fee, voluntary, then you're putting the whole project and the whole licensing operation onto the taxpayer. That's why I would like to see the $20 fee in there, voluntary, to try to offset some of the costs to the taxpayer. Because what I'm hearing tonight, I hope that the taxpayer has deep pockets, because this is going to cost a lot of money over and above what we're paying now, in my opinion.
Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't understand why everybody thinks this is going to cost the taxpayer over and above what we've been doing so far. I mean, the contract is worth $363,000. With respect to the dog licensing, I just want to address Councillor Noyes' comment about splitting. The dog licensing fees would be through DocuPet, and I think that do we need to make an amendment to say that we would like it through DocuPet? We need to choose.
Well, if we're going to start doing that, then we're almost starting to tie the hands of staff with respect to going out to tender for a contract, or whether we.
There's a lot of humane services within the Niagara region that utilizes DocuPet. So do we make that determination tonight with this report?
Well, if you can let me finish, or you can. Sure. So you asked the question.
Yeah,
and my concern is that if we start doing that at this stage, that may affect what we're doing going out to tender. I don't know, Mr. Cookett, do you have any insights into that?
No, I don't, Your Worship.
Mr. Chidoba?
The funds, I know DocuPet.
Councillor Butler, just let me finish. Mr. Chidoba, do you have any insights into this at all?
Your Worship, DocuPet is used by all but us in Niagara on the Lake and the Niagara region in terms of their services.
So from your perspective, this wouldn't have any impact on our tendering for services in the future?
No, it shouldn't, Your Worship. It doesn't impact the other municipalities, and they have contractors as well.
And if we were to proceed to make that part of this bylaw, this wouldn't be effective presumably until the current contract ends. Is that what you've got in mind, Councillor Butler, or did you?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I don't want to disrupt the current contractor, but I think that it should go to this organization because it is robust. And the money does flow directly to the entity, so.
Mayor Redekop?
Well,
I got the floor.
just hold on. Yeah, just you don't have the floor, Councillor Lubberts.
No, but I can't put my hand up either, so.
Well, I can see your
Just want
hand.
to let you know that I want to comment.
Yeah, I can see your hand up, and if there's an amendment, then you'll be like every other councillor
Okay.
permitted to comment. Okay, so you're wanting to amend, and that would, where would that go in, Ms. Friedman, if that were to be an amendment to this draft bylaw?
just first of all, my feedback is as long as you're certain that this is what you want to use going forward. Otherwise, then as your worship indicated, that this somewhat confines you. But if you're content to move forward with DocuPet, then that ought to be put into this section on dog licensing.
Okay, so at this stage of the game, Councillor Butler, we've got a bylaw to pass, we've got an agreement to take a look at, and we've got a tendering process. So we don't really need to make the decision tonight, from my perspective. So it's still up to you. If you wanted to move an amendment, we can deal with it.
Okay, so maybe what we can do here, because I'd like to see another draft revision of this before we vote and approve on this draft. I'd like to see all the amendments come through and the responses that the delegates had put forward to see if that has any relevancy to the current draft. So I'm willing to wait on that for an updated draft to come back so that Mr. Chibota has a chance to say what are the pros and cons to this, and why it would be not binding us to adopt this this type of licensing format. But I also wonder if doing that, I have a couple of questions other than this topic, but we can also get a memo to what the cost outlines are for the internal officers.
Yeah, I think that would be, I think those are all things. So when we get to the point where everybody's asked the questions they want to ask, and you move that we defer this to receive a further report with respect to the various items that you've mentioned.
Okay.
Make sure you include what those items are, and we can deal with that then.
Okay, so then if I can, I'm just gonna finish off my questions then. I didn't see anything with respect to rescues in this report, and wondering if you're going to be including that in the revised draft.
So you're talking about rescue operations?
Yes.
Ms.
Because
Friedman.
I do know that there were a couple of companies that were inquiring about properties in the town of Fort Erie and looking to open up a rescue spot with a rehabilitation center.
Ms. Friedman, any comments?
The only reference is to rescue fosters. There's no reference to actual rescue groups being licensed. That's generally not something that a municipal bylaw references on animals. As far as I know, there aren't other municipal bylaws in Ontario that reference rescues. And in fact, just as an anecdote that relates to this, I just had an inquiry from a client who operates a rescue and has said that I can't find anywhere to relocate my rescue because none of the bylaws permit it. None of the bylaws have anything where I fit in. And so this is a consideration for the town, whether you want to open it up to that opportunity, and be mindful though that if you're one of the only municipalities, if not the only municipality that refers to it, you'll have a lot of rescues applying to be in your municipality to operate their rescue.
Okay, so then if an organization did want to come in and operate a rescue, how would that work? They would just...
There would have to be another provision in the bylaw where you would stipulate the express requirements, and it would incorporate things like standards of care and similar requirements of a kennel, but just with respect specifically to a rescue. Again, if this is something that the municipality wants to take on as basically an invitation for rescues to come to Fort Erie to operate.
Right, so then the question becomes, then if we don't reference it into the bylaw, they could come anyway. Is that not right?
well, they wouldn't be operating in concert or in accordance with the bylaw by doing so, and the municipality would have the authority to indicate that they're operating without the authority to do so.
So if a rescue rehabilitation center wanted to locate here in Fort Erie and it's not addressed here, they would have to kind of get a special dispensation, or is that, yeah?
Exactly. And the absolute discretion to approve or to oppose it rests with the municipality. So that's a decision that the council ought to reflect on, whether you want to have that absolute discretion, if that's something that you want to invite, or whether you want to expressly put it into your bylaw so that it's almost like an invitation for people who are scouring bylaws to see if there's reference to rescue groups.
Yeah, no, I think I like what you're saying here, is that it would come to council, and if this rehabilitation rescue group wanted to, I know who they are, they're actually really good. So if they wanted to come in here, it would be a great thing to have for Fort Erie, I would think. But that would come in front of council. It wouldn't have to go anywhere else. So I like that idea. That answers my question. Thank you very much. And then I wondered if you could clarify, it was one of my questions that I submitted, but number 6, if there's an opportunity to expand the number of dogs for kennel operations, because I'm looking for clarification. On page 20, there was a certain number of dogs allowed per acre. And it just seemed kind of odd to me that if you had 5 acres, then you couldn't have a number of dogs.
The reason that that's in there is to distinguish between an agricultural versus a non-agricultural property. And when you have an agricultural rural property, you have the opportunity to house more.
Okay. So then if you could clarify that for me, what then would be the limitation between the two?
Well, as it's stipulated, aside from the standard 3 dogs, there would be an additional opportunity to have 3 dogs on non-agricultural property and an additional 5 dogs on agricultural property. So there's a distinction between 2 additional dogs if you have agricultural property.
Okay, so if it's agricultural rural, it still would qualify for 8 dogs. Okay.
It would only if it's agricultural. If it's non-agricultural, it would be up to 6 dogs.
Non-agricultural would be up to 6 dogs? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And then agricultural would be 8 dogs.
Yes.
Okay, that's awesome.
Because of the additional acreage.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then with respect to oh no, that was it, because you answered the other ones as you were going through with Councillor Zanko. So I'm good. Thank you.
Any other councillors? Okay, so I have a few questions, if I might. A number of them have already been asked, but I just want to make sure that we're clear that Mr. Chidoba, you'll be able to provide us with some information as to what the costs might be, depending on which direction we go in terms of in-house, contracted, split service, joint service, that type of thing. You've been listening to the discussion and the questions. So other than shake your head, can you say yes or no?
Of course, Your Worship. Yes, that's something that can definitely be provided.
Okay, and I did ask you, and you did provide me with some comparables with respect to what it costs other municipalities, and there may be some distinguishing elements there as well. Would you be able to circulate that to members of council?
Yes, Your Worship.
The other thing that would be very helpful is when this report comes back, if you could provide us with a red line version of the revised bylaw. So we'll have not only today's bylaw, but we'll have the red line so we can see what's been changed. That I think would be very helpful.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. Can do.
Okay, so my reading of this bylaw, Ms. Friedman, is that within the urban boundary, a person can possess 3 dogs and 3 rescue dogs for a period of up to 12 months. Is that correct?
Yes, in any 12-month period.
Right. So once, so can you have a continuous flow of 3 additional dogs? Because you could have 3 dogs and you could have 3 rescue dogs. You could be able to pass on 2 of the rescue dogs. And then you wait for what, 2 weeks? Then you bring in 2 more?
The intent of that provision is to ensure that there's a maximum of 6 at any given point in time. And the opportunity to have additional dogs beyond that is not, there is no opportunity. And that's really what that's stipulating, that at any given time, that's the maximum.
Right, so that you could have your own 3 dogs and 3 rescue dogs, and you can continuously rotate those dogs. And as long as you can establish that they're different dogs over the period of time, you could always have 6 dogs. Okay.
That's absolutely right.
And if you could, I thought that maybe section 518 and 6.6 were a little confusing, and I raised this with Mr. Chidoba, but maybe you're able to, and it had to do with 518 says that cat and dog licenses are not transferable. 6.6 on the other hand says that they, on the death of a licensed dog or cat, the owner may transfer the identification tag to a new dog. So they actually are transferable, but it's got to be a dead dog or a dead cat.
The specific distinction relates to the ownership of the animal as opposed to the animal. So subsection 518 refers to licenses not being transferable to a new owner, whereas subsection 6.6 refers to the same owner being allowed to transfer their identification tag to a new dog.
So on the simple wording of 518, I think it would be helpful if the words owner in some fashion were added so that it's clear that there is a distinction between those two. The other thing that I noticed, and this is quite nitpicky, but section 19.3, which deals with potentially dangerous dogs. 19.3 talks about the process to have a dog declared dangerous, and it says, in the case of designating a dangerous dog, upon receipt of a signed affidavit attested to by a witness who actually saw the alleged dog bite a person or domestic animal. So on the simple wording of that, the person that would have to actually see the alleged dog bite would be the witness. And if it's an affidavit, it has to be sworn, which would mean either a commissioner or a notary. So that I'm thinking that that needs to be reworded so that it's clear that it's the person who signs the affidavit who has to actually see the dog bite. And if you were to say a signed sworn affidavit, that would eliminate the need to make reference to a witness. In any event, I'll leave that.
Apologies, Your Worship. The concern there, and I have a firm opinion on this because I've dealt with a lot of the dangerous dog cases, and I know the former provision referred to someone attesting to the aftermath of a dog bite, and that has a lot of problems because what ends up happening is you have someone who's attesting to what they saw after the fact, but there's a gap to determine who actually caused the injuries. And so there are a lot of situations where you have someone who's being alleged to have a dangerous dog, but there's no evidence to show that that dog was actually the cause of the bite. So definitely my opinion would be it has to be the person who actually observes the dog bite, not the aftermath of the dog bite, and a signed affidavit from that particular individual who's witnessed.
I quite agree with that. And all I'm saying is that the way this is worded, it's the witness that would have to see the dog bite. If you simply follow the simple wording, it's the person that signs the affidavit, the person who attests to the dog bite that needs to actually see the dog bite take place. So I think you need to look at that. I did have a question about the criteria for a dangerous dog. Are there criteria for a dangerous dog to be euthanized, or do they simply follow the same rules as in section 14.2?
They would follow the same rules subject to one condition in accordance with section 19, which talks about the surrender of a dangerous dog. When an owner surrenders a dangerous dog, then the authority to determine whether euthanasia is appropriate gets transferred to the municipality.
Right. But under section 14.2, it really talks about a dog suffering and being euthanized. There are three specific criteria. The animal is suffering, the owner can't be found promptly, or the vet reason believes that the animal does not have an owner or custodian, and the euthanasia is the most humane course of action. That may not be applicable in the case of a dangerous dog.
I think this is really a philosophical question, because in some instances, a person will say a dangerous dog or a dog who's been designated as a dangerous dog ought to immediately be euthanized. And that opinion is not shared by a lot of people. So it becomes a decision of the municipality as to what type of stance you want to take on in terms of a dangerous dog. My opinion would be that if you're giving a broad power to euthanize a quote unquote dangerous dog, the town is going to be susceptible for litigation, both from the internal hearings process as well as some civil suits for improperly suggesting that a dog being designated as dangerous ought to be euthanized. And I would worry about the exposure to the town of doing something like that.
My only question is that whether or not there is any criteria for euthanizing a dangerous dog other than section 14.2, and there appears not to be, which would mean that in the absence of a dog suffering and there being no apparent owner and no other reasonable course of action, you wouldn't be able to, the municipality wouldn't have the authority, I don't think, on the basis of this bylaw, to order the euthanization of a dog, a dangerous dog. So I'm just, if it's in there, perhaps it could simply be highlighted.
Yes, subsection 1916, that's the one that particularly references dangerous dogs. And unless a dog has been surrendered by a resident who's unwilling or unable to take care of the dog, dangerous dog provision doesn't specifically enumerate conditions for euthanasia.
Okay, right. Okay, thank you. Then with respect to the, there's a provision about feral cats, and there was a reference to a trap, neuter, and release feral cats. I would have thought that that's inconsistent with the idea of wanting to license cats. Why would we facilitate feral cats if we're trying to have cats licensed?
From my perspective, a feral cat overpopulation becomes a huge problem for the municipality, which can create costs, both tangible and intangible costs, that doing a trap, neuter, and release program is the most prudent course of action from a financial and also from a social perspective. It, as an aside, will give a positive spin to the municipality for adopting this type of program. A lot of municipalities who do adopt this type of program are embraced and recognized for a modern program to recognize the welfare of feral cats as well, and to avoid overpopulation of cats in the municipality, which creates a dozen other concerns.
Okay. And then section 23.2 and section 23.3.
If I may, I believe this was the topic we discussed earlier, which Ms. Hammers from World Animal Protection brought up in terms of the exotic animals, and she had issue with subsection 23.3 and 23.2. I believe that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, and I'm thinking that there's some inconsistency, and I guess that's what she was driving at as well. So that's something that you'll look at going forward, I presume.
From my perspective, there is no inconsistency, because when you refer to the schedule, namely Schedule A, while they reference particular exotics, there are exemptions. So when you refer to Schedule A, it's clear that they aren't inconsistent, that the whole species is not permitted, with the exception of a couple you'll see, and we can go through Schedule A if you'd like, but if time doesn't permit, the enumerated exemptions are not inconsistent, because the ones that reference individuals having animals beyond those venues or those public displays or exhibitions are for particular residents based on very confined classifications of that particular species and having them in specific enclosures.
So let's just deal with one. Section 23, sub 2, sub F makes reference to marsupials.
Okay, so now go.
Schedule A, item P says all marsupials, all marsupialia. So presumably that's all marsupials. Is that correct?
Continue the balance of Schedule A, what it says about marsupials. So
except sugar gliders derived, okay.
So that's it, except sugar gliders, those are the only ones that are permitted. That's how it reads, and it may be a bit confusing, but marsupials are not allowed except for those ones.
Okay, so that would mean that subsection 23(2)F means that only the sugar glider in an approved enclosure.
Exactly.
So that's pretty simple. Then sub 23.3 says, no person may keep exotic animals enumerated in Schedule A unless they are part of an agricultural operation, and specifically enumerated in Schedule B. So it does seem inconsistent.
Well, the Schedule B outlines the exemptions that are allowed beyond the agricultural operation.
Yep, I get that, but it does say no person may keep exotic animals enumerated in Schedule A unless, and then it goes on, and that really seems to override what's in 23.2.
I mean, it's certainly, I think it's a little confusing because the list is so lengthy. I mean, we can definitely simplify it as opposed to having to switch back and forth to the schedules and then going back to the actual provision, if that might make it clear for ease of reference.
I think anything that would help make it easier or clearer would be helpful.
Okay.
I just have one final question, and that has to do with sections 12.1 and 15.2. 12.1 talks about if an animal other than a cat lives outdoors for continuous periods of time exceeding 30 minutes. Now, the word lives seems an odd word to use when you're talking about an animal being outside for more than 30 minutes, because you theoretically could have your dog outside for more than 30 minutes. I know people whose dogs love to be outside for more than 30 minutes and in the coldest weather. So people with Samoyeds, people with some of these large dogs that serve in the Alps, these provisions cause me concern because we're now talking, just like the one about the tethering, you can't tether a dog unless it's supervised. Those cause me a lot of concern, and it may be that I'm completely out of step, but it seems to me that we're going to be implementing rules, and I just look at these two specific rules that I think people would look at and be quite surprised that you can't keep a dog outdoors for more than 30 minutes unless you've got a shelter for it. I think that I think we really need to take a look at that, in my view. The other thing that I wanted to ask is, and Mr. Chidoba might know about this, how many cat complaints have we had in the past year?
Your Worship, so we don't have, I don't have it right now, but I could get
something
that.
You could provide?
It is. The SPCA provides the reports that would actually address how many feral cats and stray cats they have. So I can compile some numbers just strictly based on that, should provide some guidance.
I just want to make sure that we're implementing something that makes sense and isn't going to be putting us into a situation where we're going to have a great big bylaw that covers a lot of things that are excellent, but it also provides for a lot of things that we're not even going to be able to enforce. In any event, I should only be asking questions. I apologize to Council. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I wanted to go back to one of the things you were talking about the dangerous dog things, and there's a lot of discussion back and forth. When you're talking about affidavits, like there has to be a witness to the bite.
Well, that's the problem with the wording. It should be the affiant, or the person who swears the affidavit should be the person who actually sees the dog bite. So that was my point.
Okay, so if I get bit by a dog or whatever, I can, and I'm alone and I get bit by the dog, I can be the witness to my own dog bite.
No.
Yes. Well, then that makes no sense to me.
Well, you can be the witness to the dog bite, but you can't be the witness to your own affidavit.
No. Oh, okay. As long as I can witness my own dog bite, or else you have to have a witness every time, when you get bit by a dog. The other thing too, that when
but before you go on, I just want to make sure that my understanding on this is clear. And Ms. Friedman, is that clear? If you're bitten by a dog and you're by yourself, you could still swear an affidavit that you've been bitten by a dog, and that would be the basis for a complaint.
Your worship, that would be, but again, the concern with these dangerous dog proceedings is a victim, and again, with due respect, is self-serving in the sense that they're going to suggest it's their version of events. So if possible, the best case scenario is if you actually have a witness other than the victim who attests to the dog bite in terms of it being a persuasive proceeding about what actually unfolded.
Now you're talking about the weight of evidence as opposed to, whether it's evidence or not. You're talking about the weight of evidence, and then you're talking about credibility. I hear what you're saying, but if you're concerned about there needing to be corroborating witnesses, which is what you're saying, then this bylaw should say that, and I'm pretty sure that I wouldn't support that, but that's what you're getting at.
Well, the provision on the dangerous dog proceeding enumerates a list of considerations in terms of dangerous dog. And as you've mentioned, one of the considerations is the weight of the evidence. And so this is to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. Certainly a case where you have a witness supporting the victim, that'll provide a stronger case that a dangerous dog designation is appropriate. If you have a situation where it's just the victim, it won't be as strong. Having said that, there are other considerations like whether the dog had a history and all of those different criteria, which are non-exhaustive, but there is a list for consideration by the tribunal.
Right. Councillor Noyes.
I can continue. Yeah, I've happened to sit on 2 dangerous dog events in the last few months, so I'm fairly familiar with it. The one thing that's not in here, again, not that you need an affidavit, but in one case, the gentleman went and saw medical treatment, and he actually brought his medical reports. He brought the emergency room report, and he also had a picture of the bite. To me, he doesn't necessarily have to go to get an affidavit and spend all that time and money to do that. Would that not also be compelling evidence? I mean, he goes to the ER, the doctor says you got a dog, you're bit by a dog, and he takes a selfie of it basically. It doesn't refer to that. It kind of sounds like, like you want an affidavit for this, when many times an affidavit isn't necessary if there's, good evidence to the contrary.
Well, I think what this required, the affidavit is required to commence the complaint. Is that correct, Ms. Friedman? It commences the complaint, and then the whole process is put into movement.
It's something that supports it, and that's the foundation for the proceeding or for the designation.
Perhaps I'm misunderstanding something. I know that the 2 dangerous dog things that I went to, the person who was bit went to the SPC, went to the Fort Erie SPCA and registered a complaint. And I think, and Mr. Shadova can correct me, I think they were called the affidavits or something. So it's not really like a lawyer affidavit it was kind of like
an affidavit's an affidavit. It's a sworn statement. It's a statement made by someone that the contents are true, and then it's sworn by someone authorized to witness an affidavit.
Our SPCA officers, can they do that? Are they entrusted to that? So they can do.
They're very well made. Ms. Friedman, do you know that? I would presume that there's somebody there that can swear an affidavit.
It depends on the officer. Some of them have that credential, whereas others do not. It's not something that's an automatic, though.
What I was familiar with is that we did get things from the Fort Erie SPCA that, again, I can't officially say it was called an affidavit, but I think it was. And I guess there was something else, but under birds, it says all birds, and it doesn't give an exemption to under exotic animals. It says all birds, so that means we can't have a bird anymore. Like a bird that's meant for the house. I don't have any, so I don't know what they're called, chickadees or
Budgies?
budgies. I don't have one, so we can't have any, the budgies are out?
Ms. Friedman?
I believe there's an exemption in the schedule for that.
I'm just reading under all birds. I can't find the page anymore, so. Oh, it's on under Schedule A. C, or Schedule A, 1C, it says all birds. Oh, maybe it's because,
It's migratory birds.
oh, okay, so it's not all birds. Okay, this is a very big report.
Right. Okay, so if there are no other questions, Councillor
Mayor
Butler.
Redekop?
I'm sorry, Councillor Lubberts.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to go back to what Councillor Noyes was talking about with the dangerous dogs and what you were talking about. And I brought this same thing up at the dangerous dog hearing that we had, and I read it the same way you did. And upon receipt of a signed affidavit attested to by a witness, and that was my question, who actually saw the alleged dog bite, actually saw the dog bite a person, or saw the results of the same. And that's where, when I asked at the dangerous dog hearing, nobody actually saw the dog bite the guy, the gentleman that filed the report. Nobody saw it. But what I was told was that because there was witnesses that saw the result of the same, which means they saw the results of the bite, that was evidence that the dog bit the gentleman. So we designated that dog as dangerous. From what I'm hearing, that dog is not a dangerous dog. Nobody witnessed him bite anybody. So I have a problem with this because now we need to go back to the dog owner and maybe tell him that we're going to lift his.
Well, just hold on. You're a bit off. You're on point talking about the dangerous dog.
Yeah, but that's there. I know I'm going a little further, but that's my problem here with this dangerous dog thing.
So first of all, the person that was bitten presumably was able to testify that he was bitten.
Yes.
Did he not? Well, that's
Yes.
evidence. That's evidence. In any event, Ms. Friedman has heard what we've had to say about this.
Yeah. Now, and then going to your point about these dogs that are, you can't leave them outside only for a certain period of time. Well, I know some people that walk their dogs every day and they're out there for a lot more than an hour. And I know a lot of people that have dogs in their kennels and then they take them out hunting for the day and they're out all day. So we gotta, we're gonna have to make some provisions here because you're telling me now that I can only take my dog hunting for an hour,
30
and
minutes.
then I have to take him back inside.
No, 30 minutes. If you have him on, you have to have him. If he's outside for more than 30 minutes, you have to have a shelter for him.
He's hunting. He's not getting no shelter.
Get him into the duck blind.
Yeah, no. There's a problem there. We're going to have to change that because you're not going to tell the people that go hunting rabbits or fox or wolf or whatever they're hunting that their dog can only go hunting for half an hour.
Yeah. No. I think that Ms. Friedman has gotten the drift of what we've been talking about. And you're on mute if you wanted to. Ms. Friedman, if you want to speak up, that's fine.
If I may, thank you. Just to address the councillor's concerns, that's an entirely different situation, which is not intended to be encompassed by that section. You're entitled to walk, or if hunting is something that you do with your dog, as long as you want. If you want to do it 24 hours straight, you can do that. That's within your discretion because the dog is accompanied by a person. What this provision is focusing on is those situations where someone puts their dog in a backyard, tethered, unsupervised for the whole day, and say there's a blizzard and the dog is not protected from the inclement weather. So if someone plans to tether their dog or leave their dog outside in bad weather, then they have an obligation to provide an appropriate shelter. They're entitled to do that if they wish, but to have a shelter for them so that they can be safe and warm if they're in a situation in the winter or if they're in direct sunlight where they can have some shade. But it certainly does not apply to a situation where you're walking a dog or you're going out with the dog.
Okay, all right, that explains that. And if I may, Mayor Redekop,
Yes.
going back to tethering, I think we need to allow a certain amount of time to be tethered without supervision. And the only reason for that is I know there are a lot of people that in the morning while they're walking their dogs, they'll stop at Tim Hortons and pick up a coffee. They'll tether the dog outside, go in and get a coffee and come out. And this bylaw doesn't allow that to happen. And I don't think that we need to get bound up in, 5 minutes and then the dog was tethered for 5 minutes while I stepped inside the coffee shop to get a coffee. So I think we need to allow some time for them to be unsupervised. Other than that, I've gone over this bylaw. I've discussed this bylaw with the SPCA and the president of the SPCA board. And for the most part, they're good with the bylaw. My thoughts are the bylaw is good, but once we implement it, it's like anything else, the same thing we did down in Bay Beach or anywhere else that we brought in something where we made major changes. We need to bring forward a bylaw, and then as this bylaw gets utilized, we're going to find that we're going to need some amendments, and we'll make those amendments as we move along with it. But this is a pretty thorough and a pretty good bylaw, and I don't know that we need to start adding as to how the contractor is going to implement or how the town is going to implement it. For example, DocuPet. DocuPet was something that was in the report from staff and not in the bylaw. If you want to do something with DocuPet, you can do that when you're putting together your animal services agreement with somebody, and then you say, well, you won't be doing licensing, we're going to contract to another person. So, but the bylaw itself, I'm happy with the bylaw. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Butler, did you want to move that we defer this so we can get a further report dealing with some specific items?
I would like to, yes, thank you.
I would love to hear you move that.
I would like to defer this for the reasons that I had mentioned, and to receive the memo, to receive an updated draft with revisions, and to allow Mr. Chidoba and our legal representative to analyze the suggestions from the delegates from this evening as well, to see how relevant they are to this bylaw.
Okay, so and that would be deferred until when?
How long? I'd like to ask how long Mr. Chidoba would require.
Mr. Chidoba and Ms. Friedman, what's a reasonable time frame for you? Mr. Chidoba, I'll go with you first.
Your Worship, if it's all right, I'd like the Ms. Friedman to actually answer that first.
Well, that makes sense because, yeah, Ms. Friedman, how much time would you need to make sure we've got all this together? Some of the information will be coming from Mr. Chidoba, but to revise the bylaw and take into account some of the comments that have been made, how much time do you feel you require?
Well, subject to when I obtain the report, that would be part of the time frame for me. So if I were to get it from Mr. Chidoba, I would like to have 2 weeks at least from that date, because I want to give an opportunity, if I'm occupied with other matters, that I don't expect it to take me 2 weeks to do, but I want to make sure that I can fit it in with my schedule.
Okay, so I'm going to suggest, we have a regular council meeting April the 26th. Do you feel that that would be adequate time? This is the 22nd. Does that give you adequate time, or would you need another couple of weeks?
If I get the information from Mr. Chidoba by April 12th, that would give me enough time.
So, you know, the other thing that occurs to me is that that's a regular council meeting. So if we were to review the draft revised bylaw, get the information that we need, the bylaw wouldn't be able to pass the bylaw until another regular council meeting. So why don't we, if I might, Councillor Butler, why don't we say May the 10th?
Sure,
Then,
I'm good with that.
Then May the 31st would be the regular council meeting at which we could pass the bylaw.
Sure.
Okay. Any questions with respect to timing or any additional information anyone would want staff to look at, other than what I've referred to, which, and I think Councillor Butler as well, the costing, what the various options might be?
Mayor Redekop?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Timing is good, but the report that we also have option 1, and I'm wondering if we want to get that out of the way so that when they're bringing the new bylaw forward, that they know which option they're going to put into the bylaw. They could do that all at the same.
We're gonna defer the whole thing, and we're gonna deal with whichever option for the cats. We can deal with that when it comes back.
Oh, I thought you wanted to approve the whole bylaw by then.
Yeah, so when this comes back to council on May the 10th, we will deal with the whole bylaw, and we will pick the option. And then when...
Yeah, I know, but once you pick the option, then you got to change the bylaw to incorporate the option.
The changes will be nominal, and they will then come before us in the final bylaw.
All right, okay, if you're fine with that, I just, I don't want to send it back and forth. We can deal with it now.
Yeah, no, we're going to move this on because it's almost 10 o'clock now, and we still have an agenda. So was there anything else that anyone else had with respect to timing? Madam Clerk?
We need a seconder.
Yes, seconder. Councillor Zanko. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to defer to May the 10th, subject to receipt of additional information, some revisions to the draft, revisions to the draft bylaw. All those in favor?
Aye.
That is unanimous. Councillor Dubanow can't vote. Okay, that was easy. Thank you very much, Ms. Friedman. We appreciate your time. In the old days, you would have had to come to Fort Erie. Now you can just walk back to the fridge and grab a snack.
I guess that's the one silver lining with COVID.
Yeah.
But I'd like to come to Fort Erie at some point.
Yes, we'd love to have you come here. In fact, I'd love to have anybody come and visit me in the chamber. It's very lonely. Okay, thank you very much. So then we're going to go back to the agenda, and as soon as I get myself organized here, the next item is Councillor Dubanow, the Source Niagara Aquifer Information Report.
Yes, Your Worship. I've had plenty of time to stare at the sunburn on my face, and I appreciate having the opportunity to move on. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Butler, that council receives for information purposes report number PDS 23-2021 regarding the South Niagara Aquifer, and further that council consider the financial implications of the proposed education campaign to inform residents of their obligations to inspect and maintain their septic systems during the 2022 operating budget deliberations.
Okay, that's on the floor for questions or comments. Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'll keep this brief. I just want to extend my appreciation to Ms. Richardson for the report, putting it together, all the information contained within it. It was actually very good to see that we have a lot of policies in place that are actually already, policies and bylaws rather, that already work to protect source water. It was interesting when this issue originally came up, back when we were still in chambers, talking with other municipal leaders in the region, how they didn't have site alteration bylaws or other things, and then bringing those discussions up with staff, we already had them. So I think Fort Erie always seems to be ahead of the curve, and this is further proof of that. I look forward to the education campaign coming up in a future budget. I think that's important. And of course, Your Worship, with the region's efforts with the official plan, I know from discussions that this is something you're very concerned about as well, and keep up the good work at the region that you guys are doing with this right now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yeah, those are very good comments. And this is a very comprehensive report by Ms. Richardson, who covers a lot of territory. At some point, Ms. Richardson, I presume that the province really should be taking some more assertive action to protect these aquifers, because they are source waters for some people. Do you agree, or are you? I guess you have to agree.
Yeah, no, I absolutely, I would agree with that. And just to let council know as well, there is a person at the MPCA that their position is actually supported in part through the provincial government, and part of that job description is education. So we will be reaching out to that gentleman as well, and coordinating our efforts with them.
Great. Any other questions or comments by any members of council? If not, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. Do we have to have a resolution to go beyond 10 o'clock, Madam Clerk? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to continue past 10 o'clock. Don't all of you jump up with your hands. Councillor Zanko and Councillor Butler, good for you. All those in favor of, let's go to 10:30 and see how we make out. All those in favor, that's carried. So we're going to go till 10:30. If there are, so then the next issue is the housekeeping amendment, and Councillor Zanko, understand you have the resolution.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Noyes, that PDS 24-2021 amendment to Town of Fort Erie Official Plan Housekeeping Amendment. That council approves the proposed housekeeping amendments to the Town of Fort Erie Official Plan as detailed in Appendix 1 of report number PDS 24-2021, and further that council authorizes staff to prepare the necessary bylaw.
Are there any questions or comments with respect to the report? All those in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. That is carried. That then takes us to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment with respect to 80 to 84 and 94 Jarvis Street. And Councillor Dubanow, you have that resolution.
I do, Your Worship. Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott, that council approves the amendments to the town's official plan and zoning bylaw number 12990 as detailed in Appendix 5 and Appendix 6 of report number PDS 27-2021 for the lands known as 80, 84, and 94 Jarvis Street, and further that council directs staff to prepare the necessary bylaws.
Are there any questions or comments? Ms. Doltz, the I think this is directed to you. The parking scheme provides for parking spaces that are 2.7 meters. Is that adequate?
Yes, Your Worship. That's what's required by our bylaw. It's 2.7 meters by 6 meters long.
Okay. If there are no other questions, then I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the report?
Aye.
None opposed. That is carried. That takes us to the Land Committee minutes, and I don't have a mover for that. Councillor McDermott?
Councillor, Your Worship.
You have it?
Yes. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Butler, that CAO-05/LC-03-2021, Land Matters, March 4, 2021, Land Committee meetings, minutes. The Council receives the March 2021 Land Committee minutes attached as Appendix 1 to report number CAO-05-LC-03-2021, and further that Council approves the recommendations contained in Appendix 2.
Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Dubanow and then Councillor McDermott.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And through you, I'm going to assume it'd be Ms. Dolt. She might be able to answer this question. The minutes make reference to Mr. Smith's interest in that property and the mentioning how to essentially delay that until we have completion of the secondary plan. And I'm just wondering, right now it's already zoned as a core mixed use property, which I believe is consistent with the other properties in the area. Does the town envision that use would change, that it could be utilized for parking at some point, or is this just kind of like a wait and see, and it's just kind of cleaner to wait until all that's sorted out? Because I'm trying to figure out if the comments by Mr. Smith, if it's just better to proceed with a sale, or if there is something that could perhaps hinder the municipality's efforts with the secondary plan.
Ms. Dolch.
To the councillor. In terms of the core mixed use, yes, it's designated core mixed use. The parking study did look at the area. It didn't identify this lot for parking. The difficulty that we had is that the parking study was reliant on the parking that the Crystal Beach Hill Cottagers provide. At this point in time, our arrangement with them is over. We do need to look at that again, but we feel that this might just be a little premature, and we'd like to make sure that we have the ability to look at as part of the secondary plan should we need to. The secondary plan, if I may, we are looking to strike up that focus group Mr. Smith talked about at the beginning of May. And our first open house will also be, our third open house will be again in sometime in May, with a public meeting in June. So we are moving now that we do have our neighborhood planner in place quite quickly to get this wrapped up and hopefully a CIP in place by the fall. So I think we'll have a better indication. We have a couple things we're working on right now, so it's a little premature in my mind at this point. I do, however, agree with some of Mr. Smith's comments in terms of the viability of that piece, and parking is better behind the backs of that, but we just don't want to we've been having a lot of requests for parking in our municipal lots by commercial operators as well as residential development. So our parking will go quickly, and we just want to make sure we're prepared.
Dubanow?
No, I appreciate that answer. Thank you.
Councillor McDermott.
Thanks, Your Worship. I guess my comments were, my question was going to be what Councillor Dubanow just spoke to. The only thing that gets me is we're talking about 6 or 7 parking spaces. And I guess this has been going on for some time, and just wondering if everything's hinging, if this parking thing is hinging on 6 or 7 parking spaces, we're in big trouble. So, you know, I was kind of hoping that, you know, maybe we might give this a bit of a rethink rather than wait for another period of time. It seems to gone on for quite a long time. So, you know, I don't know if at the next meeting that you have, that you might, you know, have another look at it, because it doesn't seem like a whole lot of parking that would hugely make a difference in the beach. That's all, Your Worship.
Yeah, any comments, Ms. Dolch?
Through you to the councillor. Yes, I do appreciate the small parcel, and the parking study did identify some parcels that are small where we might only get 6 or 7 spots. So although not ideal, it's just what's left in Crystal Beach. Obviously, our preference would be for larger areas if possible. So just at this point in time, we just need a little more time to determine the next steps.
Ms. Dolch, this would be a marketable parcel, correct?
That's correct. It would be a marketable parcel.
And there's a process for disposing of a marketable parcel, is there not?
There is through our land sale policy.
And that wouldn't necessarily involve going to somebody who asks to buy the property.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, and what is the process?
So generally, it would go on the open market through a realtor. Obviously, the town council can waive that land sale policy. It would be up to you ultimately.
All right. Okay, so there's a little bit more to this then. Okay, thank you very much. Is there any other questions or comments with respect to this, Councillor Noyes? I'm not hearing you, Councillor Noyes.
Can't read lips. I'm concerned with the land committee that directs staff to negotiate an agreement with the developer of 4002 Erie Road for overnight use of Bay Beach parking to accommodate hotel guests. I won't be supporting that part of it. He's going to put, I understand, 28 rooms plus the commercial, but I'm more concerned about the 28 rooms. I think if we start kind of agreeing that we're going to start providing parking for this type of establishment, we're going to have a problem, since parking is such a premium anyway. I know we could probably charge something, I understand that, but that also means that he'll have a designated 28 spots that cannot be used by the public. And
no, it's not actually correct. And there, Ms. Dolch, maybe you could speak to that.
Through you to the councillor. So the proposal that was put forward was for overnight parking. So it was just an overnight parking for the hotel guests, not necessarily taking up the spots of the beachgoers during the daytime periods, but an overnight system.
Okay, so again, if it's just overnight, but how are we going to know if that person isn't renting for 2 days or 3 days? And he's parked his car there.
They might rent for 2 or 3 days, but they would have to vacate the lot during the day. And there would be some type of verification as to the fact that they're allowed to park there, because they would have to get something from the hotel owner. So it's really an opportunity to take advantage of space that's sitting there empty during the period of time when this hotel owner would want to be able to use it for his customers.
I can appreciate that. I can support that, as long as we know that they're not going to be parked there during the day and during the night, that there's some way that we're going to be able to enforce that.
Yep, absolutely. That was discussed, and there would be a mechanism. And if the hotel guests violated that, they would be ticketed.
And is there an option somewhere in the agreement that will be written that if this doesn't work out, if we find that it's more problems than it's worth, that we can change our minds, that it's not a done deal forever?
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be a done deal forever. And I don't recall the specifics of the discussion on that. Ms. Dolch, you might, but it seemed to me that it would be, there would be some type of ability for the municipality to review the situation. And
Sorry, through you to the councillor. We didn't get into that level of detail. It was generally at this point a question whether we would even entertain it. Obviously, the details of the negotiation on the parameters of which we would allow them to park in that lot would have to still be established in more detail.
And what would be I guess then we would find out what the time would be. Like they have to be gone by 9 o'clock in the morning and they can't come back till 8 o'clock at night?
That'll be part of the discussions.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Any other
Mayor
questions?
Redekop?
Yep, Councillor Lubberts.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, just to back up on that subject, I appreciate the philosophy that you have as far as, you know, they're going to be there overnight, and then after, while we open up our beach, whatever time, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, then they have to vacate the land. Now they got to find a parking spot. And, you know, we have a parking problem as it stands in Crystal Beach. And I remember that a couple of years ago, Phil Smith came to us and asked us if we would accommodate some parking for him in behind the old Ontario Hotel on Derby and Erie Road. And we denied that. We turned that down and said, no, we have a problem with parking now. We can't designate parking for, you know, for him. And now here we are with another developer, and we're trying to make accommodations for him. And I understand, you know, you can park there overnight, but then during the day you're going to have to move your car, or you're going to have to pay for parking just like everybody else. But the problem that you run into is the motel still doesn't have parking for its patrons. And we're telling Phil Smith that he needs parking for his patrons. And he's looking around, and he's got some properties right now that he's looking at that he owns that maybe he can convert to parking. And but on the other side of the room, we're making negotiations with a guy on the corner of Erie and Oxford. I don't get it. And well, I'm not going to support giving up our parking lot for, if they can't to provide their own parking, then they'll have to either reduce the size of their motel or purchase some property just like Phil Smith is trying to do.
My recollection, Ms. Dolchin, you may not know, is you may not recall this. I don't believe that Mr. Smith was looking for overnight parking. I think he was looking for permanent parking, was he not?
That is correct. It was permanent residential parking for the units.
Right. Okay. Any further questions with respect to the report, Councillor Dubanow?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. You made a comment earlier that kind of led me to another question. And through you, perhaps Ms. Dolch might have this answer. With regard to the property being marketable, Mr. Smith mentioned that he began this process back in 2011. And ironically, parking was the issue. He mentioned that was the concern back then. I'm just wondering, do we have any information? Would that have been considered a marketable property even at that time as well? Or would it have been I apologize, it's after 10 o'clock, the opposite, the non-marketable property, which is offered to a neighboring owner? I'm just wondering if that would have perhaps changed over the last 10 years.
Ms. Dolch?
To the councillor. So I'd have to, the land sale policy has changed obviously since 2011, but I'd have to look into the previous, but generally the parameters were the same in terms of whether it being marketable or non-marketable. We have non-buildable lots that run through a different process than what these were. These are more marketable pieces that can be built on.
Councillor Dubanow?
Nope, I appreciate the answer. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions or comments? I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the resolution?
Aye.
Okay, that is carried. That then takes us to Councillor Noyes and your, wait a second. Yeah, we're at new business inquiries, and Councillor Noyes, you have the next resolution about National Volunteer Week.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Zanko. Whereas 12.7 million Canadian volunteers give their time to help others, contributing close to 2 billion volunteer hours per year. And whereas volunteers in the Fort Erie have stepped up during the COVID-19 pandemic to support families, friends, neighbors, and strangers, people standing up to systemic racism and people sharing insights on how to create a more just and equitable society. And whereas the town of Fort Erie is a more desirable place to live as a result of the collective work done by our volunteers, now therefore be it resolved that Council proclaim April 18th to 24th, 2021 as National Volunteer Work, the value of one, the power of many, and further, the Council expresses their appreciation and gratitude to all volunteers in the town of Fort Erie for their services, dedication, and commitment to our community.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That is carried. That then takes us to Councillor Lubberts. You have a resolution with respect to John Castrilli.
Yes, I need a seconder, Mayor Redekop.
Councillor McDermott.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott that Council accepts the resignation of John Cristelli from the Committee of Adjustments, and further that Council directs staff to proceed with filling the vacancy in accordance with the procedural bylaw.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
That is carried. So, Madam Clerk, you're going to have to help me with this. We have a resolution then to appoint someone to the.
Yes, so I had provided a memorandum to all members of council where we identified, I believe we have 6 applicants that are ready to stand for this position, and they're identified by a letter. So if I can go around the circle and ask each councillor which letter they prefer, and then I can tally the votes.
I just have to bring up the, I apologize.
Yeah, what date was that email sent out? Was it Friday or Thursday?
Friday morning, I believe. Early Friday morning. Because the agenda went out very late Thursday.
So.
Oh, it's under Ashley. Okay.
Yeah, Ashley
Yes.
Carter.
Yes.
March 19th.
Okay.
Okay,
So you're going to ask each counselor, and each counselor is going to tell you what the letter is?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, if I can start with Councillor Lubberts.
Let me pull up the email.
Do you want to start with me, Your Worship? I have it out in front of me.
Sure. Councillor Zanko.
F.
Councillor Butler.
B.
Councillor Dubanow.
F.
Councillor Noyes.
C.
Councillor McDermott.
F.
Councillor Lubberts.
C.
And Mayor Redekop.
F.
So, Your Worship, the successful applicant would be Sam Pasha.
Okay. Councillor McDermott, you have the resolution on this?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Butler. The council appoints Sam Pasha to the Committee of Adjustment for the period ending November 14, 2022.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
That is carried. That then takes us to fire safety grant application. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott. Whereas the Government of Ontario is providing a one-time $5 million grant to municipal fire services to assist in addressing challenges associated with training and virtual inspections due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas the grant is intended to provide fire departments with the flexibility to support two priority areas. Firstly, ongoing training needs, including registration, administrative programming, technology upgrades, and associated costs for attending as well as for providing services. And secondly, if code compliance and inspections continue to be challenging, addressing opportunities for an inspection program which may include technology, capital costs, and training to ensure that fire services are able to meet the demand of this need at the local level. And whereas the town of Fort Erie is eligible to receive up to $12,100 as part of the grant program, now therefore be it resolved that council approves the acceptance of the fire safety grant of up to $12,100 with $8,225 allocated to training needs and $3,875 allocated to code compliance and inspections.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments with respect to the resolution? There being none, all those in favor? Councillor Lubberts?
Aye.
That is carried. That then takes us to the next resolution. Councillor McDermott, you did have it. Do you still have it? Regarding the licensing appeals committee? Or did you prefer to have someone else speak to that?
Beg your pardon?
Did you prefer to have someone else move that?
Maybe Councillor Butler wouldn't mind doing that.
Councillor Butler, do you have the wording of the resolution?
I do.
I guess first and foremost, we'd have to have three volunteers. Is that what we're doing, Madam Clerk?
Your Worship, we need three members and 2 alternates.
Wow.
5 people. And so there was some question raised about the need for this, and that's because there's currently an outstanding short-term rental appeal.
That's my understanding.
Can we make an appointment of an appeal committee to deal with that appeal and not
Sure.
Not go further at this point?
If someone would like to move an amendment, that it be for the current outstanding appeal.
Right.
I think Councillor McDermott wanted to say something. Mary.
Yeah, Councillor. Yeah, that's fine. Councillor McDermott.
Yeah, well, if there's only one, I mean, we could do that and then have the discussion about the other. Because we do have one other option that we could possibly use rather than a committee. But totally up to you, Your Worship, as to where you want to go with this, as long as we get the opportunity to state the second choice somewhere down the line.
So I think what I'd prefer to do, Madam Clerk, is appoint a committee to deal with the current outstanding short-term rental appeal. Mm-hmm. And then I think what we can do is maybe get, there may be some questions with respect to the memo and with respect to where we're going further. We're in the middle of a pilot program right now, and it may be that staff will say we have to have an appeal committee because we want to process the appeals, but what are the alternatives to processing appeals? Does that mean we have to change the short-term rental bylaw? So why don't we? Yes. Why don't we make this? Why don't we make this a motion that will appoint an appeals committee, which will be made up of 3 members of council, And then we will maybe deal with, yeah, let's just appoint for this short-term rental appeal right now. And then maybe we should get some further information. How about if I speak further with you, Madam Clerk, and we'll flesh out some of the issues here that have been raised with me
Okay.
At a later date. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so the motion then would be,
We need to proceed first. We need to have 3 nominees, and then we need a mover and a seconder.
would like to, Councillor Noyes, you're putting your hand up to be on the committee?
Sure.
Perfect.
Anything that moves it along.
And Councillor Dubanow, you want to be on the committee? And Councillor McDermott, are you putting your hand up for the committee?
Yep.
Okay, well, that's easy. So now we need a mover for the motion, and that's Councillor Butler, I guess. Or did you want to just do it, Councillor McDermott, since you've got the resolution in front of you?
Don't we need
It would be that council appoints Councillors Noyes, Dubanow, and McDermott to hear the outstanding short-term rental licensing appeal.
Yes, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Butler, that council appoints Councillor Noyes, Dubanow, and McDermott to hear the outstanding licensing, business licensing appeal.
Short-term rental.
Let's make it short-term rental licensing appeal. Okay. Any questions or comments on that? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And then Madam Clerk, if you would remind me sometime this week, we can chat further about this. Okay, so we're at 10:27, so we're going to need to go for another 15 minutes, I think. Can I have a mover to go to 10:45? Councillor Dubanow, Councillor Zanko. All those in favor?
Aye.
That is carried. If I can get a seconder for my motion.
Your
then I will-
Worship, I have an inquiry though. Are you going to allow members?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, no. That's right, we're at new business and inquiries. Go ahead, Councillor Zanko, I'm sorry.
That's okay, thank you. Your Worship, I'm wondering if we could reach out to the director of the Boys and Girls Club and perhaps ask someone to appear before council. I am still getting calls with regard to why the community center is not opened. I still have not found out if there's a plan to reopen. I'm sure there's a reason behind it, but I think it would be a really good idea for the community to hear when their reopening plan is and why there's been such a delay.
We can do that, Councillor Zanko. The next meeting is April the 12th, and I know that there was a meeting scheduled, I don't know if it was today or tomorrow, that they're supposed to be dealing with this. I would expect to have some information by the end of the week, which we could circulate to members of council and the public. Did you have your hand up, Mr. Cookett?
Yes, if
Please.
I could.
Yes.
I did speak to Joanne Turner, the Boys and Girls Club, on Friday. They had a meeting tonight with some of their board members. I was invited, but obviously couldn't attend. Ms. Turner did mention to me on Friday that she'd be willing to come to council following the meeting this evening and give us an update. So she actually suggested it. So I can reach out to her once we have a date, and I'm sure she'd be happy to attend.
Great. I believe that meeting tonight was canceled though, but that would be great.
Okay.
So that would be April the 12th, and I would hope, Mr. Cookett, that we would get some information prior to that. I mean, I think I understand the situation, and I know that there are a lot of anxious people that would like to be able to take advantage of the facility.
I will give an update and provide that through an email.
Okay. On this point, Councillor Butler, or something new? I'm sorry, newer on this point.
Oh, no, sorry.
Okay, Councillor Zanko, are you finished?
Sorry.
I am finished, thank you.
Councillor Butler.
Oh, thank you. I just wondered if I could follow up with Mr. Cookett with respect to my inquiry to have our police liaison speak to us.
Yes.
An update?
Yes, yeah.
Worshipped, I believe you're inquiring about human trafficking. Is that the request? Yes. So I have a meeting, actually the mayor and I have a meeting this week with the local staff sergeant and another member of the Niagara Police, and I will be making that request and seeing when they can come forward. So I'll have more by the end of the week of when I can schedule that.
Okay.
I apologize because I was on my radar and I was holding off until this meeting on Wednesday.
That's okay. Thank you.
Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I've had a few inquiries from the residents here in Ward 6 that are not yet looking at any improvement in their internet, particularly like Burger Road, Point Avenue Road, House Road, Church Road, I can go on. And they're wondering if the people on the Parkway are really happy. Everybody's happy with the improvement, and that's great, wonderful news. But they're wondering, they're hoping that it's not going to stop there, that the rural areas here in Fort Erie will also continue to push for better or for internet service down here.
The broadband task force continues to meet, and we've actually we know that Bell is looking at some longer term plans as well. And we've recently met with another major internet service provider that we've just supported an application that they've made to another fund, so that all of these are geared to, and the federal government seems to be very interested in providing funding to make sure that those in rural areas and underserviced areas have good internet connections. So these things are all moving forward, and I can't give you specifics right now. We're expecting to hear something further from both of those internet service providers within the not too distant future about their plans. But I don't want to say too much further. I don't think I should say too much further, but we definitely understand and appreciate the importance of fast, reliable internet connections for everybody in town. And I think that we're heading in a very positive direction. Both Councillors Dubanow and Butler sit on the broadband task force, and they can confirm that there's some good forward momentum.
Okay, thank you.
Did anyone else have any other inquiries? Okay, so if I can get a seconder for my motion, Councillor Butler, thank you. Then Councillor Noyes, can I hand the chair to you while I read my motion regarding age-friendly?
Yes, you can. So
Thank you. Thank you.
Proceed.
Whereas Council received a delegation on January 18th, 2021, requesting that the town of Erie declare itself an age-friendly community and formally join networks established for that purpose. And whereas a great deal of work has been done over the years to ensure that Fort Erie is a welcoming and livable community for those of all ages, including the aging population of our residents. And whereas Council's strategic plan identifies optimizing health, housing, and social well-being through service access and healthy lifestyles as a priority, now therefore be it resolved that Council directs staff to investigate the various aspects of formally declaring Fort Erie an age-friendly community and provide a report for Council's consideration no later than May 17th, 2021, Council and Committee meeting. That, if I might just very briefly speak to that, this comes from the delegation from Catherine Mindorf. It also follows up on a lot of work that's been done by our staff with respect to this. We do engage in a number of age-friendly issues. I'm advised by staff that May the 17th is certainly a doable date for them to come back with a report. And I understand that the CAO may have already assigned this task to one of our premier staff members. So I'm looking forward to receiving that report. So I hope that everyone will support this, especially since a number of us are almost among the age-friendly community. We won't go any further down that road.
All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Okay, all those against? The motion carries, and I'm in favor. Unanimous.
Thank
I'll
you.
turn the chair back to Mayor Redekop.
Thank you very much, Councillor Noyes. And then you have a resolution yourself with respect to short-term rentals.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself and second by Councillor Dubanow. Penalties for operating a short-term rental without a license, whereas Schedule 13 to Business Licensing Bylaw Number 217-05 as amended provides for the licensing of short-term rentals, and whereas the said bylaw further provides for the payment of an administration penalty of $600 and the issuance of 10 demerit points to an owner operating a short-term rental without a license, and whereas in addition to the $600 penalty and 10 demerit points, it is deemed desirable to further provide that a license may not be applied for or processed for a period of 7 days from the date of being issued the penalty notice. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Schedule 13 to Bylaw Number 217-05 as amended be further amended to provide that in addition to any other provision of this schedule with respect to the issuance of a license where a penalty notice has been issued for operating without a license may not be applied for or be processed for a period of 7 days from the date of the issuance of the penalty notice.
Want to speak to that, Councillor Noyes, or does it speak for itself?
Well, I'll speak briefly on it, seeing the time. Again, this is really geared to those who are basically just ignoring our bylaw in regard to short-term rentals. It's really trying to put the emphasis on, we want compliance, and there'll be a heavy penalty if you're not in compliance, which will mean that if you have guests coming, you're going to have to tell your guests, I'm sorry, we can't rent. Right now, if there's a guest there, they have to leave. Currently, the way it goes, but making them have an additional 7-day vacancy will really hurt them where it counts. And I'm hoping that we never have to apply this because they'll all want to be in compliance so they don't get hit with this.
Great. Councillor Butler.
I was under the impression that we were going to deny them for the year. Originally, when we spoke about that the last time, did I misunderstand that? Because I was quite surprised to see 7 days from the date of being issued the penalty notice, that's when it would be processed. I would think that it would be a little bit harsher than that.
Councillor Noyes.
No, I never thought about a year. I know that if they have a collection of demerit points, they can lose their license for a year. But my intent really was to bring them into compliance quickly so that we're not playing this catch me if you can. And again, this suggestion actually came from a short-term rental person who's saying, we're playing by the rules, others aren't. And a money penalty isn't really what hurts them. It's not being able to rent and getting perhaps a reputation of not, people having not to have their vacation, and getting bad marks on the different websites and stuff. Will really hurt them. So I never intended for a full year, but I know that there's a demerit point system that if they get so many demerit points, the license will be revoked.
Okay. No, that's it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Dubanow.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm fully in support of this, and I appreciate Councillor Noyes putting this on the floor. The short-term rental industry, I mean, we talk about the economic benefits and the need for that in the community, but in order for it to work, we have to be able to regulate these units, ensure that they don't, badly impact neighbors or other things like that. And the best way we can do that is to encourage people to license their units so we can keep track of them and maintain the demerit point system. And when I mentioned about fines before, about not having a short-term or getting caught without a license, how I would be very much in favor of high licenses because it encourages you, or sorry, not high licenses, high fines for not having a license, because it encourages you to actually be compliant and it's not cheaper for you to fly under the radar. And I really like the idea of this because it's not a long penalty, but it's just enough to send that message that it's going to cost you not only a little bit of money because you get the fine, and it's not only going to cost you a little bit of money because you won't be able to rent for that week, but it's also going to cost you your reputation, because if a number of people have rented that unit, they're going to have to cancel it. So I think this is a fantastic idea. It ensures that the industry is well regulated in Fort Erie, and it'll hopefully help us to weed out some of the issues with units that are trying to what's the phrase? Instead of asking permission, you ask forgiveness after the fact. So I like this. I'm enthusiastically supporting it, Your Worship. Thank you.
Perfect. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, Mayor Redekop.
Yep, Councillor Lubberts.
Yeah, thank you. I just need some clarification on the 10 demerit points. And maybe I'll explain a little. If you don't have a license, you're going to get the $600 fine. What do you do with the 10 demerit points? There's no license. Or does that 10 demerit points go on immediately when you get a license? You automatically have 10 demerit points. Is that how that's going to work?
Ms. Dolch, can you comment on that?
For you to the councillor, the demerit points are issued on would be issued on a license. So without the license, you'd have to determine whether those 10 demerit points would carry over into a license or not. It's not necessarily clear in the current bylaw. The current bylaw allows it to be assessed based on an existing license.
So you know what?
So
yeah, go
if
ahead.
you don't
Councillor.
have a license, you're going to have to get a license. So do you automatically get 10 demerit points?
So what Ms. Dolch has just said is that it's not, our bylaw is not clear on that. That's something that we need to clean up. And I would suggest that we address that as soon as we possibly can. So maybe Ms. Dolch, you and the clerk can work on that. Because I think we're anticipating that you get an $800 penalty for operating without a license. You then apply if you have to wait 7 days to get your license, but you start off with 10 demerit points. I think that's what we're all thinking. So if it's not clear in the bylaw, we need to make that clear. So can I leave that with you and Ms. Schofield to work on?
Sure. Through in terms of provided this is passed, then that's something that would have to be added. Right now, the demerit points only affects existing licenses.
Right. Okay. Councillor Lubberts, anything further?
No. So I guess will we have to make an amendment to the bylaw? Can you do that now? Make a notice of motion to amend the bylaw?
No, we can't amend the bylaw now, but staff will come back with the recommendation on that and we can deal with it. But we have to go through a process.
Okay. Yeah, I just don't want it to affect because we have an appeal right now. Will that be done before the appeal is over?
Well, even if it is, that appeal should be dealt with on the basis of whatever the rules were at the time the violation occurred, or I don't even know what the appeal is about. What is the appeal about?
Okay, all right.
Do you know what the appeal is about, Ms. Dolch?
Yes, it is for operating without a license as well as some provincial orders.
Yeah. Okay. So, but it'll have to be on the basis of the law as it was at the time. Any further questions on this? Okay. All those in favor of the resolution?
Aye.
None opposed. That is carried. Okay. I'm sorry to say, but at 10:43, I've got to get a further extension to 11 o'clock. Councillor McDermott, Councillor Butler. So we're going to go then. Are there any notices of motion this evening? Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm bringing two notices of motions forward. One with respect to capital gains tax on primary residences, and the second is with respect to generation squeezing for affordable housing.
Say that again. Second one.
Second one is with respect to generation squeezing to affordable housing.
Okay. And those are returnable at the next regular council meeting?
Yes.
Any others? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I have two this evening. The first is regarding the province investigating and updating source water protection legislation. And the second is that for the federal government to provide transparency with regard to their plan to reopen the Canada-US border.
And when are those returnable?
Next regular council meeting in April, Your Worship.
Okay, so that is, so for all of those, that would be April the 26th. Any other notices of motion? Okay, then we'll go to the consideration of bylaws. Bylaw 36/2021 has to be removed from the package because I have a conflict. Are there any other bylaws that anyone wishes removed from the package? There being none, Councillor Noyes, could you proceed with first and second reading of the bylaw package, not including 36/2021?
Yes, Mayor. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Zanko that the bylaw package containing 26/2021 to authorize the entry into a lot grading agreement with Brian Birkenlaban, 333 Eastwood Avenue, 27/2021 to assume primary services in the South Coast Village at Crystal Beach Subdivision Phase 2 Plan 59M-430 Mars Homes, Crystal Beach Incorporated, Dan Gabrielli, 28/2021 to rename an untraveled road from Bright Avenue to John Bright Avenue. 29/21 to authorize entry into a grant funding agreement for the physician recruitment with Dr. Safa Quasi. And file number 30/2021 to authorize into an agreement with Her Majesty the Queen in the right of Ontario as represented by the Ministry of Transportation for the Province of Ontario for the Safe Restart Agreement, SRA, Phase 2 Municipal Transit Funding. 31/2021 to deem a certain registered plan of subdivision not to be a registered plan of subdivision, Jordan Maloney, 20 Edward Avenue. Bylaw 32/2021 to enact an amendment to the official plan adopted by bylaw number 50-06 for the town of Port Erie planning area, amendment number 49, Royal Ridge Phase 2 subdivision, 613 Ridge Road North, town of Port Erie. Bylaw 33/2021 to amend zoning bylaw number 12990, Royal Ridge Phase 2 subdivision, 613 Ridge Road North, Royal Oak Property Developments Limited, Brett King owner. 34/2021 to enact an amendment to the official plan adopted by bylaw number 50-06 for the town of Port Erie planning area, amendment number 50-P, Lee White, agent, Compass Heights Development Limited and Buffalo and Port Erie Peacebridge Authority, PBA owners, 7 Central Avenue and a portion of 100-1 Queen Street. Bylaw 35/2021 to amend zoning bylaw number 129-20, Lee White, agent, Compass Heights Development Limited and Buffalo and Port Erie Peacebridge Authority, PBA owners, -7 Central Avenue and a portion of 100-1 Queen Street. Bylaw 37/2021 to authorize the entry into a COVID-19 mass immunization clinic framework agreement with the regional municipality of Niagara is given first and second reading.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That bylaw package as amended is on the floor for any questions or comments. If there are none, then Councillor Lubberts, you have the amended bylaw package. You don't have
I don't
it?
have the resolution,
Okay, so how about, who does have it?
but I can read it out.
Yeah, you can read it out because it's all the numbers except for 36/2021.
Yeah, I'll need a seconder.
And that would be Councillor Dubanow. Please proceed.
Okay, let me get there. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dubanow that the bylaw package containing bylaws 26-2021, 27-2021, 28-2021, 29-2021, 30-2021, 31-2021, 32-2021, 33-2021, 34-2021, 35-2021, 37-2021 be given Third and final reading?
Yep.
Yeah, be signed by the mayor and the clerk with this corporate seal.
Correct. Are there any questions or comments with respect to the bylaws in that package? There being none, all those in favor of the resolution?
Aye.
None opposed, that is carried. So who is your seconder, Councillor Noyes?
Zanko.
I second her.
Yeah, no. Okay, so we've got some, so Councillor McDermott, I'm going to ask you to take the chair to do the first and second reading and then third and final reading for bylaw 36-2021. And Councillor Noyes has first and second reading and Councillor Lubberts has third and final reading.
Councillor Noyes?
Okay. Bylaw number 36-2021 to declare lands as public highway 1 foot reserve being part 13 on reference plan 59R-6020 Burley Road North, 986 Ridge Road North, Perizade.
Any comments or questions?
Oh, given first and second reading.
Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Oh, I'm sorry.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Councillor Lubberts?
Yes, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dubanow. That bylaw number 36-2021 is given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and the clerk under the corporate seal.
Comments or questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor McDermott. That takes us then to scheduling of, Councillor Butler, the confirmatory bylaw, first and second reading.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott, that bylaw number 38-2021 to confirm the actions of council at its council and committee meeting held on March 8th, 2021 and council meeting held on March 22nd, 2021 is given first and second reading.
All those in favor?
Aye.
None opposed, that is carried. Councillor Zanko, you have third and final reading for that bylaw?
Yes, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dubanow, that bylaw number 38-2021 is given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and the clerk under the corporate seal.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
None opposed, that is carried. That takes us to scheduling of meetings. So, Councillor Noyes?
I didn't know if Councillor Lubberts was going to come in if he saw that. The infrastructure meeting on Wednesday, the 31st at 3 o'clock. Zooming.
Okay. Any others? We have, there's some meetings with the region tomorrow, one at 11 regarding natural heritage mapping, one at 3 regarding employment areas. Maybe that's not with the region. And then there's a community health services informal meeting tomorrow at 5. The meeting that Mr. Cookett referred to with the police is Wednesday morning at 10. There's a public information open house with respect to 1485 Garrison Road on Wednesday, the 24th at 5. And I think that's it from me. If there are no other meetings to announce, then we can go happily to the final resolution from Councillor Dubanow.
Thank you, Your Worship, and with great pleasure I do this. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Noyes, that council adjourns at 10:54 p.m. to reconvene into a regular meeting of council on April 26, 2021.
And Councillor Dubanow, we eagerly awaited this. All those in favor? Councillor Lubberts, are you in favor?
Aye.
Perfect. It's unanimous. Thank you all. Very productive evening.
Night, everyone.